DA. dalawa tayo. Kailangan siya mag-create. Pwede, pwede ko siya hawakan ng maganda. May program naman siya. Pag ganun po siya, hindi ko nakikita. Ganun siya. Okay. Nahulog na siya. Pwede pa. Yung pag nilagay, parang nakatingin pa rin sa akin.
Good morning, everyone. We'd like to request everyone to please settle down and find your spots as we will start the program in 5 minutes. Once again, we'd like to request everyone to please settle down and find their spots as we will begin the program in 5 minutes. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Kindly settle down. We'll begin the program in just a few minutes. Exactly about 2 minutes, we'll begin the program. So kindly settle down. It's going to be a beautiful, beautiful session for everyone. So please settle down and welcome to our event today, HINABI 2025. Thank you very much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to HINABI 2025, an ensemble for weaving sustainable futures. Today's occasion is more than a gathering of anticipatory minds and leaders. Today is a celebration of ideas, a co-creation of knowledge and foresight into the futures, anchored on the Development Academy of the Philippines Graduate School of Public and Development Management's commitment to research co-creation. HINABI 2025 builds on last year's work on sustainable development goals and futures thinking. I am Jay Chan Marquez. I'm a former member of the singing group The Company, but today I will be your host. On behalf of the DAP Graduate School of Public and Development Management, I thank each one of you for being part of this journey. So as we begin, let's embrace a spirit of collaboration and curiosity. So are you ready to explore foresight-driven strategies that will shape governance, development, and innovation for generations to come? Are you? Yes? Yes, yes. So let's begin. May we ask everyone to please rise for the singing of the national anthem, to be led by the Development Academy of the Philippines singers, to be followed by a short prayer.
Mayang magiliw, pwelas ang silanganan, alam ng puso, sa titig mo'y buhay. Lupang hinirang, duyan ka ng magiting, sa manlulupi, di ka pasisiin. Sa dagat at bundok, sa simoy at sa langit mong bughaw, may dilag ang tula at awit sa paglayang minamahal. Ang kislap ng watawat mo'y tagumpay na nagniningning, ang bituin at araw niya kailan pa may di magdidilim. Lupa ng araw ng walhating pagsinta, buhay langit sa piling mo. Aming ligaya ng pag may mga api, ang mamatay ng dahil sa'yo.
Praise be to you, Almighty, for bringing us together in this shared moment of purpose and community. Grant us dangal, that we may walk with honor and integrity as we engage with one another. Give us galing, that our ideas, words, and actions may be shaped by insight, creativity, and excellence. Bestow upon us tatag, that we may remain steady, resilient, and open to the unfolding futures ahead. Bless this gathering with clarity, warmth, and generous participation. Guide us to act with compassion and responsibility so that our service and work may contribute to the common good. Inspire us with a spirit of curiosity, collaboration, and thoughtful courage, that we may imagine possibilities beyond our own vantage points and build futures rooted in shared understanding and respect. May our diversity strengthen our unity, and may this space allow us to serve, lead, and support one another with kindness, humility, and open hearts.
You may now be seated. Yes. Let's now explore foresight-driven strategies that will shape governance, development, and innovation for generations to come. To formally begin our program, let us welcome the dynamic leader of the Development Academy of the Philippines, a passionate advocate for sustainable development and public service. The acting president and CEO of DAP. Let's all welcome Dr. Leocadio S. Sebastian.
Thank you, Ken. Ken, right? Jay.
Yes.
Senator Sherwin Gatchalian, the chair of the Senate Committee of Finance, who is joining us online. Wala pa si Yosek Anihilda. Dr. Choi Yi Kyung, the senior fellow from Keio University. Dr. Lok Tai, founder of Cornucopia Futurescapes. DAP former President Antonio Calao. Morning. Professor Alex Brillantes of NCPAG. My fellow academician, Rodora Asansa of UP and NAS. Dean Lisan Perante Calina. Research fellows of DAP, distinguished guests, learning management teams, fellow public service professionals, good morning. It is my profound honor to welcome you to HINABI 2025, an ensemble for weaving sustainable futures. Our country faces mounting pressure from natural and human-made challenges. Climate change leaves 3.4 million people vulnerable to flooding. Half of all Filipinos perceive themselves as poor. An overwhelming 97% believe corruption is widespread, undermining trust in our institutions. In the Development Academy of the Philippines, we employ a strategy embodied in the words HINABI, which means to weave in responding to these challenges. Today, let us weave research into lasting solutions by bringing together diverse perspectives and expertise from the social sciences, information and technology, and natural sciences. Interdisciplinary and whole-of-society approach. Evidence-based and participatory strategic foresight provide the bridge between research and actionable policy. An example of this is the Philippines demonstrated is the National Adaptation Plan 2030-2050, which is one of its visions having a resilient, food secure, and climate-ready agriculture sector. Achieving this future required the agriculture sector to conduct comprehensive mapping of agriculture priorities, climate risks and vulnerabilities, transformation barriers and drivers, and strategic interventions. These findings now inform the project implementation funded by the government, the Green Climate Fund, and other donors. For instance, the country's agriculture sector represents second largest source of greenhouse gas emission, with rice cultivation contributing 52%. However, solutions exist. Implementing alternate wetting and drying technique alongside balanced fertilization in rice cultivation can reduce emission by up to 70% while maintaining our yield targets. As we continue to invest in R&D, generate knowledge and develop innovative technologies. We have the knowledge and technologies to cope with challenges of sustainable development needs in the next 5 to 10 years. It is our inability to commercialize and scale them that continues to set us back. This has been a big challenge for us. We have the technology, we have the knowledge, but we have left them mostly in publications, in the bookshelves, or what we call boutique technologies. We have to scale them, and that is a big challenge. I come from the research community, and we have been saying for a long time that in rice research, even if we don't do any rice research in the next 5 years, we have enough technology that will make us self-sufficient in the Philippines. If only we can scale those technologies that we have developed. In this challenging landscape, our work today becomes ever more critical. We must advance towards a Philippines where ethical leadership, sustainable development, and inclusive growth are not distant aspirations, but lived realities for every community. Over the years, the Development Academy of the Philippines has transformed ideas into action, developing policies and programs that reach government agencies like the Department of Agriculture, Department of Energy, the Department of Environment and Natural Resources, along with local communities and academic institutions. In doing so, it has equipped leaders with the tools they need to make informed, forward-looking decisions. Our commitment to achieving the SDG enabled local governments to adopt evidence-based strategies like smart city roadmaps that balance immediate needs with long-term sustainability. As we move forward, remember that aspired transformation does not happen in isolation. Our pathways to future-ready Philippines emerge through consistent participation and innovative thinking. Together, we will create the Philippines we aspire to see, a nation that thrives ethically, sustainably, and courageously. Maraming salamat at mabuhay ang Pilipinas.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sebastian, for your inspiring message. We now arrive at a key moment of today's gathering, the launch of GSPDM knowledge products and new GSPDM programs. Today, after all, is a celebration and declaration of the DAP Graduate School of Public and Development Management's continuing commitment to research, public service, and innovation in public management and development. Today, we celebrate new resources and platforms designed to strengthen scholarship, policy engagement, and futures-ready leadership. These initiatives strengthen the DAP-GSPDM's role as a generator of policy-relevant knowledge and a steward of public discourse. GSPDM Research Manual, Compendium of Research Studies, Journal of Public Management and Development, Aguhan, Public Management Today, GSPDM Research Dashboard, JPMD Submission Portal, SDG and Futures Talk, Decalogo Series. With great pride, we will also officially launch the DAP-GSPDM's new program offerings. These programs are designed to meet the demands of contemporary governance and to shape leaders who can navigate both complexity and change, reaffirming DAP-GSPDM's forward-looking mission and service for the public good. To mark this milestone, we are honored to hear from our Dean, whose leadership continues to advance the school's mission of excellence and public value. Help us welcome with utmost enthusiasm and energy the Dean of DAP Graduate School of Public and Development Management, Dr. Lizan Perante Kalina.
Thank you, Jay. Hello, everyone. Good morning to all of you. And thank you, President Sebastian, for welcoming us to this momentous occasion. Indeed, I'm privileged and honored to continue this momentum with the unveiling of the Development Academy of the Philippines Graduate School of Public and Development Management's milestones and the launch of knowledge products. But before we proceed, allow me to acknowledge the presence of our distinguished guests and fervent supporters who are present here today. Of course, to Senator Sherwin T. Gatchalian, Chair of Finance Committee in the Senate, who will be giving us an inspirational video message represented by Dr. Mitchville Rivera. And of course, to our ever-supportive Dr. Leocadio Sebastian, President and CEO of the Development Academy of the Philippines. To former Undersecretary of the Department of Information and Communications Technology, Attorney Josel Batapa. Former DAP President, Mr. Antonio Calao Jr. Our resource persons from the international scene, we have Dr. Choi Ye Kyong, Senior Fellow from Keio University. Mr. Luke Tay, founder of Cornucopia Futurescapes. Professor Emeritus Dr. Alex Brillantes. Our GSPDM Research Fellows, Dr. Maria Oliva Domingo. Dr. Nicasio Agustin, Dr. Proserpina Tapales. To all our esteemed faculty members, research fellows, alumni, co-learners, distinguished partners, participants both online and on-site, and our dedicated GSPDM Learning Management team, can you give them a warm of applause, please? Isang mapagpalang araw sa inyong lahat. A pleasant day to everyone. We gather here today under the banner of our theme, which is HINABI 2025. In our language, HINABI is a powerful word. It speaks of the patience required to take individual threads and interlace them over and over until they form a unified fabric. Look around this room. You are those threads. Whether you are a policymaker, a researcher, a student, or an administrator, you represent a distinct strand of expertise and experience. Alone, a thread is fragile, but woven together through the values of bayanihan, pakikipagkapwa, and damayan, we create a tapestry that is resilient, intricate, and beautiful. Today, we are here to celebrate what is this weaving has produced, a stronger and more features-ready GSPDM and DAP. We celebrate not just an event, but a milestone in the enduring journey of the graduate school. By the way, we are already on our 34th year, right, Dr. Calao? Sir Calao, yes. So the graduate school is, of course, the enduring journey of that reaffirms our commitment to advancing thought leadership, cultivating innovation, and strengthening our research culture. For the past year, the GSPDM has been hard at work. Through our knowledge innovation KI HubLab, we have moved beyond traditional academic boundaries and embraced the challenge of co-creation. We ask ourselves, how do we address the complex development challenges of our rapidly changing world? The answer lies in the work we present today. Building on our research on the Sustainable Development Goals and Futures Thinking, we have explored pathways toward addressing these complex challenges. Today's celebration highlights the GSPDM Research Colloquium on SDGs and Futures Thinking, a space where groundbreaking studies, forward-looking analyses, and strategic foresight frameworks take center stage. These works illuminate pathways toward innovative economies, inclusive development, sustainable governance, and futures-ready Philippines. The colloquium invites us to imagine what lies ahead and, more importantly, to shape it. This brings us to the height of our gathering, the launch of our GSPDM knowledge products. Today, we proudly unveil a selection of new publications and research outputs. These products are not merely books or journals, they are toolkits and operational mechanisms for governance. These knowledge products encompassing a research publications manual and the referee journal of public management and development, they establish the foundational framework and primary channels for scholarly output, rigorous policy analysis, and thought leadership in public administration. Our SDG and Futures Thinking compendiums showcase innovative research applying anticipatory governance and foresight to address pressing national challenges, while our monthly publication, Aguhon, serves as a professional forum for sharing real-world reflections and innovations in public service. Finally, digital platforms like the Research Dashboard and the SDG and Features Talk translate this extensive body of work into accessible, interactive policy dialogue, effective bridging academic foresight with practical application for national development and more resilient future. Also, I am pleased to announce another milestone for the GSPDM. Allow me to convey my sincerest gratitude to our Acting President and CEO, Dr. Leo Sebastian, for the support in strengthening the graduate school and for entrusting the DAP library under our jurisdiction. Thank you, Sir Leo. This collaboration is intended to support and further enhance academic services and streamline access to DAP's learning materials for the benefit of our students, faculty, and personnel. This trust strengthens our role as stewards of knowledge and reinforces our mission to cultivate a research-driven and feature-oriented academic environment. This is a bit long, but this is our last event for the year. So please allow me. To our authors and research fellows, thank you so much. Please give them a warm of applause. Your rigorous effort into the SDGs has provided the new material and foundations for these products. To the learning management team, thank you for ensuring these ideas were captured and transformed and polished into well-crafted masterpieces. These knowledge products serve as our contribution to the national dialogue and represent our commitment to evidence-based policy and knowledge co-creation. Alongside our research, we are preparing to unveil our upcoming GSPDM programs. These programs, comprising both degree and short courses, are designed to equip the next generation of public servants with the very tools we discussed today: foresight, adaptability, and systems thinking. We are particularly excited to introduce new advanced degree tracks focused on transformative social systems and sustainable governance, alongside dynamic short courses designed to strengthen capacities in critical areas like health sector leadership and strategic security management. More than just academic programs, they are threads in the larger fabric of sustainable governance, empowering learners to anticipate challenges, respond with agility, and contribute their unique thread to a collective fabric of transformative, lasting change. As we unveil these knowledge products and programs, let us remember the deeper meaning behind the word HINABI. It is the art of weaving, of interlacing threads to create something stronger and more beautiful than any single strand. Weaving teaches us that transformation is a collective act. It cannot be achieved by one institution, one researcher, or one thread alone. It demands unity, shared purpose, and the conscious willingness to support one another in crafting a future none of us could build alone. So today's celebration is evidence of that collective tensile strength. GSPDM's milestones are not the achievements of individuals, but of a community working in harmony, where dialogue becomes our loom and collaboration our thread. As we move forward, let us continue to weave boldly. Let us create and inspire action, design programs that respond to emerging challenges, and build research partnerships that uplift communities. Together, we are weaving not only for the future of GSPDM, the future of DAP, but the future of our country, thread by thread, hand in hand, building a fabric of lasting positive challenge. Thank you, and may today's celebration strengthen our shared resolve to continue weaving sustainable futures for generations to come. Hiraya Manawari.
Thank you very much, Dr. Lizan, for that inspiring and affirming message. Dean, may we respectfully invite you to please remain at the front as we proceed with the formal ceremonial launch of the GSPDM knowledge products. May we also request DAP President Dr. Leocadio Sebastian, Attorney Josel Batapa-Sige, as well as all of our research fellows and faculty who have contributed to their knowledge products to join Dean Kalina on stage for the ceremonial unveiling activation. Our senior fellows, Dr. Alex Brillantes Jr., Dr. Maria Oliva Z. Domingo, Dr. Nicasio Agustin, and Dr. Proserpina D. Tapales. Dean Lizan and Dr. Sebastian, when you are ready, please place your hand on the ribbon as we count down together. Ladies and gentlemen, the official unveiling of the GSPDM knowledge products and program offerings in 3, 2, 1. Congratulations! And now we have officially launched the DAP-GSPDM knowledge products and new DAP-GSPDM programs. May we invite everyone to join us for a quick photo opportunity. As we say in the Philippines, a program isn't quite complete without a photo. It's a simple but cherished Filipino tradition of marking our shared milestones together. May we request our speakers and officials to proceed downstage for the photo, and may we invite everyone to stand up and direct their attention towards the camera. invite to go downstage. They will assist you. Our friends here from production will assist you downstage, to go downstage. Yes. May we request everyone to go downstage. And everyone here inside the ballroom to please stand up. We'll have a photo op. Our photographer will be here on stage to take photos of the entire ballroom where everybody will be seen. Thank you very much. All right, everybody, give your biggest smiles. This is a happy, happy moment, everyone. Congratulations. All right, ready? 1, 2, 3. More photos and some videos also to be taken. Big smiles, everyone. Congratulations. What a happy, momentous occasion. A video now will be taken. All right. You can wave. You can wave. You can smile. Thank you very much. Let's give a warm round of applause to everybody. May this launch signal a new chapter of scholarship, innovation, and impact for the DAP-GSPDM and for the communities we serve. Congratulations to everyone, to our faculty and research teams, and to all collaborators who brought these initiatives to life. Let us give them another warm round of well-deserved applause. As we continue this program of milestones and commitments, we now turn to a message that anchors today's gathering with the larger work of national development and public service. We are honored to be joined through a keynote message by a public leader whose work in legislation and governance continues to shape critical conversations for the country. Serving for more than 2 decades in public service, Senator Sherwin Win T. Gatchalian is known for his integrity and hard work. The people of Valenzuela City have witnessed this firsthand through world-class infrastructures, innovative programs, and exemplary projects and advocacies he developed during his stint as mayor and district representative of the robust city. His extensive track record in public service and extraordinary contribution to the development of the country earned him to become the 69th Lee Kuan Yew Exchange Fellow in Singapore. In 2023, he received the honorary degree of Doctor of Education, was conferred by the Philippine Normal University. This is in recognition of his leadership and enactment of several landmark education laws. And now, with great honor, please join us in enthusiastically welcoming Senator Sherwin Win T. Gatchalian.
to all the participants of HINABI 2025, my warmest greetings to all of you. Let me congratulate the Development Academy of the Philippines Graduate School of Public and Development Management for organizing this colloquium. As 2030 draws nearer, it becomes more pressing for us to foster inclusive growth, make our country more resilient, and pursue sustainable development. We look forward to hearing different ideas and perspectives that will help us realize these goals. I share in your hopes that these proposals will materialize to make our country futures ready. That is why, as chairman of the Senate Committee on Finance, this representation made sure that the proposed 2026 budget will prioritize education, health, social services, and other innovations that will bring our country to the future. I remain your steadfast ally in the goal to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. Let's win this together.
Thank you very much, Senator Gatchalian, for that meaningful and inspiring keynote message. We are so grateful for your continued support of our initiatives that strengthen public management, deepen research culture, and advance sustainable development for the Filipino people. At this point, we will take a brief morning break before we formally begin the opening session. And as we take this pause, we will be treated to a special performance by one of the greatest violinists here in the Philippines right now, whose name is Merjan Lagaya, who played for great artists like Josh Groban, Il Divo, and among other international artists. So ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Merjan Lagaya. We'll be resuming after a few minutes. Thank you very much. So just enjoy the break, relax, and please feel free to get your coffee and refreshments, and to use this time for a quick comfort room break as needed. With this, I'm also temporarily signing off as your host, but don't fret, as we will see each other again tonight during the awarding ceremonies and fellowship dinner. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, Dangal ng Pilipinas Awardee, Principal Violinist of Il Divo, Josh Groban, and Andrea Bocelli's Asian Concert Tour, Lead Violinist of BTS Manila Concert, Concert Master of the ASEAN Symphony Orchestra, 2015 Best Violinist in Asia, and Aliw Awards Hall of Famer for Best Instrumentalist. Please welcome the Maestro, Merjan Lagaya.
My next piece from the Philippines. That song is called Kalesa. Yes. From the Philippines, now we go to Broadway. So I would like to play medley of songs from the famous Broadway musical, The Sound of Music. So if you feel like singing, please do so. And I hope you will enjoy this music. Thank you. And for my last number, I would like to play my favorite song. Okay lang po ba yun? I only play this during special events, and today is indeed special because of HINABI. And I played this during the 400 years of the University of Santo Tomas. University of Santo Tomas is the oldest university in Asia, the only Catholic university. I played this during the 400 years together with the UST Symphony Orchestra. And I played this also for 4 presidents of our country. They called me personally through my cell phone just to perform this song in their events in Malacanang. And of course, I would like to share this to all of you here. I hope you'll enjoy my favorite music. Thank you.
What a moving performance. Let's give again our biggest cheers and appreciation to Sir Merjant Lagaya. We now gather once more as we formally begin today's research colloquium. Today, we will highlight the innovative studies that support sustainable and futures-ready governance. This gathering serves as a valuable venue for dialogue, bringing together researchers, policymakers, and practitioners in one space. Our goal is to spark meaningful exchanges and encourage cross-sectoral collaboration as we work together to address the challenges of the Sustainable Development Goals. But of course, before we proceed, allow us to introduce ourselves first. I am Kent Elman Cadalin.
And I am Andrea Francesca Camago, and we will be your hosts for this segment. Our theme for today, strategic foresight in action, exploring pathways towards innovative economies, inclusive development, sustainable governance, and a futures-ready Philippines, challenges us to look beyond the present and imagine resilient futures. This event draws inspiration from the Filipino word, HINABI, which means to weave. And that's what we're doing today, weaving diverse perspectives, expertise, and experiences into a tapestry of solutions for a more equitable and sustainable nation.
To let the meaning of that word set in, let's join me in saying that word all together, HINABI. Again, HINABI. Very good. Okay, so through bayanihan or collective unity, pakikipagkapwa, shared humanity, and damayan, mutual support, we affirm that building futures is a collective effort. For our opening session, entitled International Perspectives on Strategic Foresight and Sustainable Development, we are truly honored to be joined by a distinguished panel of international experts. In this session, we'll take a closer look at how foresight methodologies are being used around the world to tackle development challenges, and how these approaches are supporting countries and institutions in advancing the Sustainable Development Goals. To steer this conversation with depth and direction, we are honored to have one of the most prominent public administration scholars in the country whose work and leadership will help us draw the key threads together.
Our moderator, Dr. Alex Brillantes Jr., is the Secretary General of the Eastern Regional Organization for Public Administration. He is also a Professor Emeritus of Public Administration at the University of the Philippines National College of Public Administration and Governance, where he also served as its Dean and later confirmed scientist at the University of the Philippines for 2020. He is likewise the chair of the board of the School of Experiential and Entrepreneurial Development, Incorporated, and member of the board of the trustees of the Local Government Academy. He also served as the chief of party of the USAID Urban Connect activity from 2024 to 2025. Friends and colleagues, let us join me in welcoming Dr. Alex Brillantes Jr. A round of applause for Dr. Alex.
Thanks so much, Ken and Andrea, my very young friends and certainly very, very highly intelligent people I've had the privilege to work with for the past so many years. I beg your pardon? Oh, I'm supposed to go up the stage. Okay. I guess I am what they call vertically challenged. That's fine. You know, when you're short, they tell you to go up. So I'm one of those guys. Okay. So good morning. Magandang umaga po sa inyong lahat. Thank you very much, Kent and Andy. Like I said, I've had the privilege of working with them in the USA project and also DAP, certainly two of our most brilliant students at the University of College of Public Administration. So good morning to all of you. Magandang umaga po. Our esteemed academics, researchers, governance practitioners, and partners in sustainable development. Welcome to the opening session of HINABI, theme International Perspectives on Strategic Foresight and Sustainable Development. We're very fortunate that we have two of our international speakers who traveled all the way to be with us today, and their session features this session features international resource persons who will share global insights and best practices in strategic foresight, futures thinking, and sustainable governance. The participants will gain, all of us will gain a deeper appreciation of how foresight is applied across different contexts to address complex development challenges and advance the sustainable development goals. We are honored to be joined by two internationally recognized foresight practitioners who will help set the tone for our colloquium by offering perspectives that inspire innovation and strengthen collaboration towards a more sustainable future. To open this session, dear friends, I'm privileged to introduce our first guest speaker, a professional futurist. He leads Cornucopia, a Singapore-based global foresight and strategy practice advancing future readiness, sustainable development, and innovations across the public, private, and people sectors with a focus on food systems, urban systems, supply chains, and transport and travel. He works with stakeholders to navigate the complex multi-sectoral geo-political tech and eco-social transformations, addressing themes including leading with foresight, corporate and national success strategies amid the polycrisis, food systems and transformation, and the future of smart cities. He is a prolific author, having authored book chapters on future of Asian food security and global water futures, and developed scenarios on geopolitics, carbon markets, and sustainable development. Luke serves as a corporate advisor and resident futurist to a range of entities supporting government business and government-to-business collaborations and investments in strategic sectors across ASEAN and emerging markets. He is a board member of the Association of Professional Futurists, the World Future Studies Federation, the Asian Pacific Futures Network, the Smart Cities Network, the Economic Development Board Society, and the Singapore Water Association. Before founding Cornucopia, Luke, he had worked for 2 decades in leadership and general management roles in the agri-food and transport spheres of the Singapore Public Service, including international policy, planning, and strategy roles in food security and supply chain resilience, and portfolios in foresight, people development, infrastructure operations, and corporate governance. A historian and political scientist, he received the Economic Development Board Scholarship, and he graduated summa cum laude, BA and MA from the University of Pennsylvania. Please join me in welcoming our first speaker, Mr. Luke Tai. We're privileged to be with you. Luke, please come over.
Okay, a very good... It's also on the left. I'm sorry?
It's also on the left.
Oh, okay, thank you. Okay, a very good morning, everyone. Thank you, Alex, for the generous introduction. I'm not sure who you're talking about, but it's just me up here. So I'll be sharing with you some perspectives over the next 20 minutes, basically on anticipatory governance and how it's done in my own country of Singapore, a few other international benchmarks, and then really sharing with you in HINABI fashion some threads of thought on how challenging sustainable development is in the new environment. Okay, so I run Cornucopia. I'm not here to give you an advertisement, but the interesting brand story about my logo. How many of you, especially the younger ones, have watched The Hunger Games? Yep. So if you're really into The Hunger Games, you probably know that the cornucopia also refers to the weapon stash in the middle of the arena where all the kids circle around and to get the gear before they start to kill themselves. So there's this utopian, dystopian type of characteristic to this idea of a horn of plenty. And how do we access the horn of plenty? And what do we do with all the good stuff and the bad stuff inside that? So without further ado, let me just sketch out the environment that we're in. I'm not sure if those behind can see my slides. Not to worry, many of them are kind of very visual, in a way, just cues to help me remember what I want to say. So the poly-crisis is upon us. We know that it's also maybe a vicious HINABI, right? Woven together of geopolitics, climate emergency, technologies that disrupt as much as they uplift as well, and triggering challenges like mass migration, like socio-political instability as well. And one thing really that I want to zoom in on, I'm no peace activist. In fact, I'm a reserve officer in the Singapore Armed Forces. But what troubles me in this age is that it's rational, and yet we are damaging our planet by the type of military investment and security dilemma that we are in, where I think spending on military spending globally is something like 4x, for example, of what we spend on food and agriculture in the aggregate. So that's a challenge, and there's obviously lots of geopolitical challenges as well, froth, misinformation, some of the largest powers in the world with agendas that sometimes can be unsettling for the states of Southeast Asia. The runaway climate emergency, COP30 in Brazil was a whole lot of nothing as far as I'm concerned, and so I think the smart money is that the climate change will get far worse before it gets even worse, or before maybe it finds a level, if the world system can turn around. So we're facing flood damage, we're facing the financial and geopolitical instability that arises from that and other phenomena. So to use a maritime analogy, this is a tuna world of turbulence, uncertainty, novel situations that, of course, then we need to figure out how to deal with, and a lot of ambiguity as well. To give you a brain teaser, this is not some cryptic language. I wonder if any of you can guess, especially those who do foresight. So I think the challenge is that we are loaded with challenges from known knowns that we struggle to deal with. Known unknowns that we have to guard against, and then also the more amorphous, the more tuna type of challenges like the unknown knowns, stuff that we thought we've got figured out that's harmless, but in certain triggering conditions can also become a challenge. And of course the proverbial black swan of unknowns. So a very challenging environment. And of course responsible organizations will scan for that, but sometimes the challenges come from the outer darkness. So how do we need to refocus and broaden our horizon scanning? This is one of my favorite quotes from one of my favorite movies, Forrest Gump. That kind of places my own age as well. So I'm not going to mimic a southern accent, but he said that my mama always said, life is like a box of chocolates. You never know what you're going to get, But how many of us will be as blessed as Tom Hanks in this movie, this fictional character? I think this is a bullshit way to approach life, We need to deliberately look inside the box, or else us and those we care about and those we are responsible for will all not be in the best way, will not be future ready. So let's open this box of chocolates and see what we're going to get. And so that's really the discipline of strategic foresight. Why do we do it? In my country, Singapore, we're very conscious of being a small, resource-poor, global price taker. Unlike even, medium powers like maybe Australia or in India, we have less means to influence our destiny or influence the global environment. And I think that was one of the very key reasons why futures thinking and the importance of anticipating change to stay relevant is baked into our principles of governance to our governing ethos. So a quick history lesson. Singapore was a British colony. Before that, let me go into ancient history, because ancient history is even more presently important. But we were a British colony. Then we gained independence as part of Malaysia. Then there was a quick, messy, but thankfully bloodless divorce. And Singapore was out, but in a very scary world. The Cold War that threatened to turn hot, lots of racial, religious, labor unrest, communist insurgency, the struggle, so many struggles that Singapore faced at that time. And many of you may know the conventional narrative. I'm not here to be a propagandist or beat Singapore's drum or Lee Kuan Yew's drum. But the narrative is that we turn from a third world country to a first world country. And I think that many of the reasons that we seem to have gone in that direction would be about perceiving the future and acting on what we see. And so behind, the relative success of Singapore is this notion, firstly, of embracing globalization, but in a managed way. So besides Lee Kuan Yew, the founding cabinet had many intellectuals, talented people, and indeed many foreigners, people not even born in Singapore as a migrant society. So one of them, Rajaratnam, our foreign minister, and many things else, his idea was that societies which think many more steps ahead than others are more likely to do better in uncertain times. The 60s and 70s were uncertain times, and so I think there's a retro flavor to what we face today, especially for people like me who are historian. We look back, see what rhymes with what's moving forward. And another thought that I disagreed with him on is that he said we are fortunate that we have no baggage. Singapore, newly independent Singapore back then, had no golden age to think of, to lure it away from thinking of the future. No fixation, no obsession, nothing behind. The ships are burnt, you've got to move forward. And so that maybe is kind of a neo-colonial mentality. So just the colonial era independence, and then we move forward, from the white men who founded Singapore. But I think very much we are getting a sense that we are in a context, an Asian context, a Southeast Asian context, where we are our brother's keeper. We're responsible for our shared success, our shared prosperity moving forward. And this weight of history is also a ballast and a guide that can teach us lessons moving forward. One last thing to highlight that he said is that stuff happens. Fortuna, a fancy Latin way to say that, But then it comes back to virtue, the ability of a ruler, of a ruling class, a ruling elite, to show mastery amidst whatever hits you. You can manage it, you can lead the way forward. And I think that the basis of that really is foresight. So when we look at national strategy, this is a generic canvas, It's about what means do we have at hand and how do we apply those means? And most importantly, to what ends, what national vision? So I suggest to you that foresight, really is woven in HINABI style to that whole continuum. This is from one of my favorite computer games. I'm just making the point, that, if you have a God complex and think of yourselves running a country, through different phases of its development, then you have to make decisions on things like centralization, decentralization. Do you go for an aristocracy or a more democratic approach, plutocracy, mercantilism, free trade, and so on? So lots of weighty decisions that any country, and I would suggest any region, has to make. And so foresight is important. And it's also important, and I'm going to fast forward since I have too many slides, for different reasons that I think we may study in depth in different courses, including at DAP. Path dependency. I came from aviation. Deciding which radar system to invest in is not just a decision of a moment, but you've got a 20, 30-year shadow of the consequence of that. Investment in technology. A lot of people individually, companies, have made and lost a lot of money, all due to the hype cycle. And you've heard of the hype cycle, the valley of despair, but then maybe more promising technologies begin to deliver over time, bundled with other innovations. Cognitive biases as well that are very challenging. And so for all these reasons, Singapore has employed foresight in a systematic way, tried to embed it in the governance culture, and also, make people aware not just of what their work plan is, but to address uncertainties and challenges, as well as opportunities that come their way. The nexus of foresight in Singapore is embedded within the Prime Minister's office, mega ministry at the heart of government. And we have a Center for Strategic Futures. As a bureaucrat last time in the different ministries and agencies, I worked with them. They're the mothership in a hub and spoke fashion. And so their mandate is to scout for emerging issues, to challenge received thinking, existing assumptions, existing even values and worldviews that could have worked 10, 20 years ago when people around the cabinet table first cut their teeth as young leaders. But are we in a changed environment? And then also to grow, to propagate a futures thinking culture and competencies. And so it's embedded in the PMO, as I mentioned, but organization charts are very important. If you're a bureaucrat, you'll know. So it's also who's in the neighborhood of this nerve center. You have people looking at the fiscal, the social, the geoeconomic, and the climate change and demographic areas of policy, pretty much everything else. So embedded in the right neighborhood to give new perspectives and influence decision making. So this is a slide from noted futurist, my friend Wendy Schultz, that is very busy, but basically it talks about time, the x-axis, and how obvious new stuff is that emerge, but then becomes very obvious, very impactful. And so if you look at this, really, the people who innovate, the people who originate stuff, the scientists, artists, mystics, radicals, would be at the bottom left of the curve. And the cliche is that, government is last to the party in realizing things. At the top right, a long time, and when the challenge or opportunity is so obvious that maybe the boat has passed to deal with it. So how do we move from this really even to beyond the y-axis, to be not just the early perceiver, early adopter, but maybe the first innovator of a great new trend that can bring us forward as a society to be future ready. So perceiving emerging strategic issues, even being the creator of them. And we've created a cluster around anticipatory governance of various ministries and agencies, and also going out into our educational institutions, and also a growing number of private consultancies like my own. Although I'm an adjunct and I work with several of these people on the screen here. Infusing foresight in the planning cycle, where most obviously futuring could occur, for instance, before a big retreat to plan your next year, your multi-year strategy, but infusing the entire cycle of policy making. Some of you know the 3 horizons model, thinking of today, the transitional period, and then the envision longer term future, 10, 20 years out. So it's also about futuring over different time horizons. During COVID, you had to future on the first horizon, really what's next in a very tuna environment. But you also had to plan for the recovery and what future you want to build on, never waste a good crisis, moving forward from that into the recovery phase, reshaping phase. Lots of stuff, anticipatory governance, many building blocks that I think pertain to every country, not just Singapore. So let me just give you a quick pictorial tour of different areas that Singapore government strategic foresight has touched. Anticipating aging policy and the need to make sure seniors are not digitally stranded, so there are programs for that. Overall public sector reform to embrace technology and new ways of working in whole of government, in an environment of greater complexity, again, where everything is HINABI, woven together. Everything is related to everything else, systems thinking. National education, also known as propaganda. In a great immigrant society, and many Filipinos are now work permit holders in Singapore, even new citizens being naturalized into our country. So how do you retain this North Star, this compass, this sense of essence of where we came from? So built into the curriculum also as a fruit of futuring, thinking about the society we want, to have a certain ballast, a certain identity, not to be lost. Master planning, very important in a tiny country like Singapore, 700 square kilometers. And then increasingly using participatory foresight to crowdsource ideas to make sure there's social license behind the new shifts in the built environment. Spotting climate change early and creating vehicles for whole of government compliance in the decarbonization journey, and also to make money. Singapore is all about making money out of it, and trying to do so ethically by producing the green solutions in financial services, in advanced technology, advanced manufacturing that can help power the green pivot that the world needs. And looking at aspects of that challenged by the climate emergency, like food security, my own domain, a bit more on that later. Most countries have Navy, an Army, and an Air Force. I think the Philippines does. Maybe if you're Mongolia, landlocked countries, you don't have a Navy. But we created an entire fourth branch of our military, Digital Intelligence Service, perceiving that the cyber domain of warfare will become even more important on the offense and defense. And in fact, by this measure, I think World War III has begun already, because there are so many offensive cyber actions taken by state and para-state organizations that I will not name, from countries I will not name, but those clued in will know. And so these are happening, reaching out to critical systems on the civil side, power, health, to get information, defense certainly as well. Looking at the new economy being disrupted by AI, robotics, and so much else, and looking and planning a future roadmap of how industries need to transform in their plant and equipment, in their talent development, to hold on to and create quality jobs. And related to that, investing in people. So creation of an individual digital wallet that every citizen has to fund retraining courses that they can choose. AI strategy. I know I'm like firing a machine gun of ideas right now, so don't worry, I'm about just over halfway through my sharing. And I think this may be one last example. Politics is important everywhere, and the intersection of policy and politics is what administrative leaders have to well manage, in the interest of the country, not themselves. And so one thing that Singapore is doing more of, having previously had a type of very elitist mentality, father knows best, the minister knows best, it's really to go out to the people, again, to get those perspectives and mandate. So our current Prime Minister, back before he took over, led a Forward Singapore exercise, hundreds of town halls, reaching out to every single conceivable segment of society as you slice and dice it, to harness their perspectives on the preferred future, to build a consensus on what would be important for government to deliver. And good policy is good politics. I think bureaucrats need to know that, but that went into the political program for the successful election. And so the Singapore's long-term ruling party won with an even higher mandate at the last poll. I think also based on anxieties from the Trump 2 era of trade disruption. Our elections were in May. I have no time to talk about specific scenarios, although maybe in the discussion I can elaborate on that. So I think that's the value of the scenario process, to put all into one unified thought experiment, all those trends, emerging issues that I shared with you and more, and then think of future Singapores in future global contexts, and then think backward on what do we want, what can we achieve, how do we maximize our agency. And so in summary, I would say that Singapore's journey, there are quite a few themes, but I would highlight that futures is used in a very utilitarian way. Futures is beautiful. You can take a lot of thought experiments. It's a field of study academically in itself, but we are ruthlessly pragmatic in taking all these future insights and putting them into planning and putting them into action to maximize Singapore's agency, decision space in an increasingly uncertain world. And I think futures also comes into the matter of national branding, both for domestic political reasons, but even more important, in a principled way, to project soft power, to project your national brand internationally to those who matter, who you want to reach out to in terms of trade, investment, security relationship, and so on. So just to give you a flavor of the rest of the neighborhood, I think Madani in Malaysia, the present administration is also led by someone who works closely, is advised closely by futurists. And so their governing philosophy was actually informed by futurist thinking, including from the Islamic humanism tradition. Other examples to go into around the neighborhood that I myself benchmark with. South Korea, Canada, our friends across the ocean on the Pacific. Zyro in Australia does a lot of whole of nation as well as domain scenario work. And bottom right, I don't think you recognize that, but Finland. Finland is a very interesting model. They have a small government foresight unit that churns out scenarios, and they put that to their Congress. And their Congress will comment and query and challenge on how's the government responding, and then they toss that back to the executive to respond. And it's an iterative process of futuring, put into deliberation, and then acted on and monitored and in a cycle. I personally love to benchmark with Dubai and the UAE. The Museum of the Future, a very beautiful structure. And somehow when I go to Dubai, even the road signs are also types of cues and prompts for me in terms of how to navigate the future. And one thing that struck me, maybe the final point I'll make on foresight, is that I went for recent foresight events in my country and in Dubai, and one of the key conclusions as people grapple to position themselves to win in the AI age is that the key national asset is to have a reserve of imagination, to have national cognitive potential, aided by strategic foresight as a force multiplier. So change doesn't just come at you and you're reactive or even get run over by the bus. But how do you have this national cognitive potential to anticipate, layer your decision making and your plans to win the future? And I think there's even a spatial element to it. Maybe in the Philippines, you also have some of these models where even the space, the environment itself, be it a museum, a monument, a park, also has a role. Okay, my time is running out. Indulge me by giving a few more minutes. So lastly, I leave you a few loose threads in HINABI fashion on sustainable development or the challenges of thinking about sustainable development in a new era. So geoeconomically, things are very frothy for lots of reasons. And I would say this is some gibberish equation, but I think in this current environment, politics really leads economics in considerations. And the way for government to move ahead or for business to move ahead is really to anticipate the convergence of governance and business. Industrial policy that Singapore never surrendered is becoming front and center on many countries' agenda as well, to have more means of control, means to shape and influence the means of production. So economic statecraft would be the buzzword on this, as in this BCG slide, and showing lots of examples of that as well. And rerouting of trade routes based on securitization, not just optimization. And all this is historic, coming back to history to look ahead. The Srivijaya Empire, the Majapahit Empire, are just some examples of thalassocracies, seaborne maritime trading places that traded, that collected tolls along the Straits of Malacca as well. So economic statecraft. So I think what we have presently, where free trade is being abridged and channeled, is really back to the future. The mandala concept of polities last time, maybe not so much fixed borders, but how much influence can you generate? How much patronage can you generate? And some of the lesser powers surrounding and in between, sending tributes. This is the bunga emas, the golden flower that many of the Malay states sent as a tribute to the Emperor of China, and then receiving some even more value of goods back. It's like a ritual trading relationship. And so, to me, this was very funny when I saw Donald Trump visit Korea. DAP probably has corporate gifts. So when POTUS visits, you've got to have a good corporate gift. So to me, this is the modern day bunga emas. Tribute to the big powers to preserve a trading relationship. Climate emergency, bad. But beyond all the pieties of it, I think especially for Southeast Asia, linked by sea and air, this is one emerging area to tackle. Global supply chains are being disrupted in manifold ways by extreme heat risk, and I think even the ocean and air currents, air turbulence is becoming more significant, for example, and sea storms, hurricanes, typhoons, So for example, in my country, one of the new initiatives now is the Aviation Agency and the Weather Agency are creating a task force to anticipate and manage some of this. Otherwise, our air hub and sea hub would be more disrupted. Floods everywhere around Southeast Asia and around my home, my condo, the area around there got flooded in Singapore, flood defenses. So last few messages, I think one is that the world pendulum is moving towards adaptation given failures of collective mitigation. But there's a sweet spot of tech, policy, and social innovations that can still do both and even race towards regenerative mode. So battle of paradigms in looking at sustainable development next time. Do we throw technology and innovation at it, or reassert traditional values, discipline, and natural methods? And some people are even calling for degrowth. I think there can be a synergy, and that's the best way forward. Regenerative is more than a slogan on a coffee mug. How do you really have projects that work in that sense? And I think agri-food is one big area for that. This is my own mandala of how we need to think next time. We need to think in terms of what value we can create and value we can secure at the home front, in the neighborhood, in our cities, in our countries, but then in that purple zone of friendshoring as well. And so innovation starting from the home, the prosumer economy, and then within larger countries, innovations like the Indonesians. It looks like the Bat Cave, but I think they're trying to move their capital to the less settled island of Borneo to recenter and supposedly more regenerative way. Cross-border integration, as my country is doing with the immediate provinces of our two neighbors. So a lot of new conceptions of maps. And I love maps. I won't go into detail on a lot of these maps. Philippines, for instance, I'm not sure how much your BIMP IAGA. You know what that is, right? Yeah, okay, many of you do. Go check it out. So new axes for collaboration and shared economic security, creation of new value. The Ring of Fire, also known as APEC. I think there's a lot of potential there, even if one or two members are deglobalizing. Sovereign wealth funds. Of course, you have to manage them with good oversight, but also a good example of G and B converging. Securitized trade routes. Some people say the Gaza conflict was actually a geo-economic play to disrupt some of the formation of these. You've got the Belt and Road, you've got the IMEC developing, and the IMEC should be pushed out eastward also to encompass Southeast Asia. The Malay world, or rather the language world that Tagalog is part of. Did you know, I didn't know, that it went all the way to Madagascar on the west side, and people think it might have even touched the western part of the Western Hemisphere. And so this is another type of coincidence, and I wonder whether the Philippines, with its part Hispanic heritage, actually can say hola to lots of people there. I think lots of the Philippine diaspora, in fact, are on the West Coast already. Okay, maritime, maybe my last point is that we need to think of the sea more, including because the sea level may radically rise. So a lot of new value can be created there, but it has to be secured first. It's also a zone of conflict, as we know. It will be a zone where we need a lot of humanitarian assistance, disaster relief. This will become a competency of government to manage, and then it'll be an instrument of statecraft to decide whether you care, whether you bother. Or it might be your own people that you need to get assistance from others for. New technology, sustainable on the sea, new cities on the sea, and the seasteading movement. Geoengineering, very controversial. Much of the solutions can come from the sea. And my favorite, I read somewhere, is that there's this sea spider that, long story short, in its feeding and propagation, actually takes in carbon from the air. So should we grow a lot more sea spiders as one way maybe to create carbon credits as an engine of the future development economy? New maps. Zomia is a zone of limited governance in upland Southeast Asia and Asia that people have seen. So I wonder if we can create a sister to that, Sophia, somewhere in the sea encompassing the Philippines, the Pacific Islands, down south as well, a zone of creation of new value where nature meets technology meets international cooperation. Certainly, a lot of tech elites are doing that, but then the governments and the people, so civil society, need to respond as well for true balanced sustainable development. So in closing, I'll just give you a few more buzzwords that I think need to have some place and purchase in HINABI. Web3 and crypto, controversial and dark-edged as it is. The space economy, the future food economy as well. Half of humanity lives in the small circle, and that's why food security, not that Asians suck at agri-food, but we need to reach, we need to stretch more for it in a hungry world, and especially in a food deficit location. And in fact, I think that's one means to reach out in collaboration, because the other big food deficit location is the GCC. And you may know that ASEAN is reaching out more to collaborate with the GCC. Finding climate-smart superfoods. I look forward to hearing from the food panel later on. And in fact, I'm involved in one project to look at adlai. Some of my partners are working to encourage more adlai cultivation in the Philippine South and other parts of the Philippines as well. And as a futurist, I've been involved in propaganda, raising awareness, and new product development, outlining from that. Okay, so in the interest of time, I'll just close with this slide. The future is uncertain. Here, across the cone of probability are three possible ways to look at it, dispassionately, whichever big country you like. One scenario might be world minus US, and that's kind of the baseline right now, where you have Fortress America that generally retreats substantively from the world. Or it could be a bit more shading into a new Cold War, right? Where states, including in Southeast Asia, are forced to make a choice. And then you've got, a bright line dividing, including economically, parts of Asia and the world. Or it could be a more world of competing regional centers that sullenly still have some exchange with each other. I think regardless, the future-ready move for any country, so I'm not telling the Philippines what to do, I'm telling ASEAN what to do, is we need to have more sustainable development conceived at a regional level in terms of deeper regionalism, deeper collaboration as well. So with that, thanks for your attention. I've shared my own country's journey, some other international benchmarks, and then in closing, some thoughts on sustainable development and really how to problematize that as the first step to chart a future-ready path forward. So with that, thank you, and I look forward to the discussion.
Thank you very much for that incredible presentation, Luke. For sharing your perspectives, and even listening to you, you started off with referring to the hungry world. Was that it, Luke? And many of us around the room, including President Leo and I, we're not familiar with that. That I guess shows our age in one sense, what you mentioned about cornucopia. But really, incredible presentation, and many of us around the room are familiar with the Singapore experience of, somebody once said the secret sauce of Singapore is, they call it meritocracy, copycat, and honest, MCH. And really, Singapore really has been a good example, and many of us look to you as a good model as far as it's concerned. And even in your presentation, Luke, you mentioned also about some futurists, no? And I saw you the picture of Jim Dator, Wendy Schultz, and Sohail. They were my classmates at the University of Hawaii. And Lisan was not introduced me to Sohail. But I just found we were classmates at the University of Hawaii a long time ago. My point is, I saw the picture of Jim. But your presentation was incredible, and you talk about VUCA. You talk about tuna. Guys, we've heard that before. Tuna, VUCA, Bani, and somebody once said Pumo. All kinds. When you talk about tuna, turbulent, uncertain, ambiguous, Bani, brittle, anxious, nonlinear, incomprehensible, Pumo, polarized, unthinkable, metamorphic, and overheated. Point is, it is really a world that really is quite different. Okay, but we are here today because we want to have another VUCA, one that is vision, understanding, complex, and ambiguous. Okay, so thank you again. Let's give Luke a round of applause. And our next presenter is another very well-known international speaker who brings extensive experience and insight into sustainable development. He is a senior researcher at the Faculty of Economics at Keio University in Tokyo, and he holds a PhD in economics from Keio University, and his research focuses on sustainable development, environmental economics, and circular economy. He critically examines the implementation of circular strategies across industrial, urban systems to analyze their efficacy in achieving environment and economic resilience. His recent work, Dr. Choi's recent work, include studies on global circularity, the development of multi-scalar frameworks for resource governance, and the preservation of critical ecosystems as climate infrastructure. His research findings have been published in leading international journals, including The Nexus of Industrial, Urban Sustainability, the Circular Economy, and Climate Ecosystems Resilience Synthesis, the Tropical Peatlands in Indonesia and Global Environmental Change, the Vicious Cycle Atlas, mapping the feedback loops between industrial, urban metabolism, and Earth systems collapse. He is also the author of the book Global Environmental Sustainability, Case Studies and Analysis of the United Nations Journey Towards Sustainable Development. He regularly presents his work at international conferences and has been a frequent invited speaker at numerous universities. And we're grateful that you took time to be with us, Dr. Choi. Let us all welcome our next speaker, Dr. Choi Yi Kyung.
Good morning, CEO Leo Cardio, Dean Design, and distinguished guests. Thank you very much to Dr. Alex for the gracious introduction and the profound honor of this invitation. It is a great privilege today to share with you integrating nature-based solution in the Build Better More project. And the central question driving today's discussion is, why does Philippines keep rebuilding and yet its people feel less environmentally safe? You can see here, so this is a vicious cycle of rebuilding climate disaster risk and normal life. This is the vicious cycle, endless vicious cycle. Why does this happen? And how to mitigate this issue? I've got to start with, as every one of you is aware, Philippines is one of the most vulnerable countries in the world, with an average of 20 tropical cyclones hitting the shore. Okay? So, of course, these events come with a massive economic cost. The official estimate for these events from the Department of Finance is between 2010 and 2020, the losses were approximately 506 billion pesos, or an average of 49 billion peso per year. That is equivalent to about 0.55% of GDP. But these figures are a gross underestimate. International projection indicates that the losses came to about 3 to 7% of the Philippines' GDP. Okay? And from a global perspective, the Philippines' losses from climate risk is the highest in the world when compared to the United States, especially the second most vulnerable countries. It's come to 2.99%. It's come to 2.99% of Philippines' GDP. Okay, so for the future climate scenario of the Philippines, it is going to be very destructive in the sense that temperature will rise between 2.5 to 4 degrees Celsius, and sea level will rise to about 5 to 7 mm. That is double the global average. Okay, so you can see where is the pointer here. Ah. You don't have pointer. Okay. So of course, in future, Philippines will suffer from fewer typhoons, but more destructive. Okay, so these are some of the indications of the statistics of the future climate events in the Philippines. Okay, so all these events, of course, the regions will be hitting the same region again and again. Okay, so the solution means seemingly the solution to mitigate this paradox is to come out with the build better more vision. Okay? So the aims of this vision is to transform Philippines into a resilient economy and to enhance socio-economic growth, okay, especially inclusive society. But the question here is, it's based on 8-point socio-economic agenda, but the environment integrations is absence from the vision. This is the problems for the sustainability of the BBM vision. Okay? So the current BBM vision is basically gray infrastructure. Okay? So like such as roads and airways, airport and bridges, and flood control. The flood control is to engineered solution, not nature-based. Okay? So the result is Philippines keep rebuilding on a very weak ecological foundation. Okay? So this is the result of the vision. So let's take an example of the completed project. What they call Kakayan, versus Dioro, this is the completed project, and the Pampanga Bay Engineering, and the Sama Pacific Coast Road. All these are great infrastructure based on concrete cements. So apart from that, why does this paradox exist? Because the BBM portfolio suffers from a compartmentalized institution dilemma. You can see here the Department of the Public Works and Highway is responsible for traffic, and the Department of Transportation is responsible for transport. And the Department of Energy is responsible for energy security. You don't see the Department of Environment and Resources under the BBM framework of development. So the result, the outcome is that there is an ecological knowledge gap, okay? Under the highest level decision-making body. To reframe the solution, it is absolutely important to integrate nature and nature-based solution into the BBM vision of development. That is the only way. About the integration of nature-based solution, let me introduce three important concepts. The first one is critical natural capital. The second one is foundation species. The third one is a nature-based solution. So what do you mean by critical natural capital? Critical natural capital are that part of the environment which sustain ecosystem and also to provide critical ecosystem service to support our life support system. This is called critical natural capital. And foundation species, for example, the northern Sierra Madre, for example, is a foundation species of all these biological species. Without the finding of foundation species, all these will not survive, will not be able to survive. So these biological and biotic components integrate with the forest system to sustain the whole what they call forest ecosystem. So they are mutually inclusive, mutually dependent. This is called foundation species. When the foundation species is destroyed, the whole ecosystem will definitely collapse. It will, this is the irreversible collapse of the ecosystem. Nature-based solution is an intentionally use of nature solution to solve climate risk or climate adaptation. It is I will explain this in the later part of the talk. To give you an example, the northern Sierra Madre, the Taraca forests and mangrove, for example, is not just a collection of trees. They are the foundation species and the critical natural capital to provide critical ecosystem service to support our life, to support the ecosystem, to support social economic progress. This is a true example of foundation species. These are some of the examples. So the 1.5 million hectares of Sierra Madre forest is the critical hotspot. It's a biodiversity hotspot which hosts thousands of species. Okay? You can see here 3,500 plants. And also it is a very important carbon sink to shield against climate change. Apart from this, the dense vegetation dissipates energy, typhoon energy, so that when it hit the central region, the force will be minimized. The water security. During dry spell, this forest supply about 167% of water to the economy, and also flood control. It can reduce flood water generation by about 47%. And, okay? So it can also, the forest can also reduce erosion risk by 68 to 95%. So you can see the importance of forests to sustainable development. Okay, so here. So to give you a rare example of the Philippines' critical natural capital, this is the first line of defense against climate change. So when all this, okay, before hitting to the interior region, for example, all these trees, the trees will deflect the energy. I mean, the wind force. So this here and this slow down the strong winds, for example, is minimize the destructive force of typhoons. This will save life, reduce flood risk, for example. So we call this the critical natural capital, okay? Before all this hit into the city center, all this will provide a defense against climate risk. So case study number 2, the mangrove in Philippines. Okay? The mangrove serve as an important critical nature capital to maintain our life support system. So it's able to absorb wave energy, reduce wave height. A 20-meter wide strip of mangrove is able to reduce wave height by 90%, and it prevents approximately 1 billion damages from climate risk. Okay? Of course, it's also able to resist erosion, trap pollutants, and sediments. This will improve water clarity, which in turn will support marine ecosystem. Okay? So enhance climate resilience because the mangrove can store 5 times more carbon than the upland forest. Okay? So the rare case is that the mangrove can store about 1,000 tons of carbon per hectare. You can see this, the importance of mangrove to mitigate climate change. Okay. So what happens if mangrove is destroyed? The mangrove is also serve as the first line of defense against climate risk. For example, the mangrove root, for example, is able to dissipate wave energy. Okay? The mangrove here is also able to reduce flood impact. So without the mangrove, all this will continue. Okay, continue into the mainland area, into the mainland region. Okay, so the mangrove, of course, unfortunately, the Philippines has lost 54% of its mangrove asset, and between 2000 and 2020, it has destroyed about 29,000 hectares of mangrove. Of course, this will weaken the mangrove capacity to dissipate wave energy, okay, which allows wave energy to penetrate deeply into the inland area. So you can see why we call this critical natural capital, because they perform a critically important function to support ecosystem and to sustain our social economic progress. So the loss of mangrove, for example, this is some of the example, will expose 766 kilometers of routes to flood. And this will directly impact on the BBM infrastructure development. Okay? The loss of mangrove means the loss of carbon storage. Okay? In turn, this will exacerbate or aggravate climate risk. And also the loss of natural filtering function, and it will make water more turbid. Okay? This is detrimental to the ecological system. Okay? So biodiversity loss. Once the mangrove is destroyed, it will reduce fishery use. This is detrimental to the local community economy. So you can see here from this example, the mangroves serve as our life support system. Okay? So how to turn from this vicious cycle into a virtuous one? That is the main theme for today's discussion. Okay? The choice is between rebuilding trap and resilience engine. So we have to make a choice. Which one are you going to choose? To enhance a resilient Philippines, for example, it is important to protect nature. So this is the virtuous cycle of nature integration. Protect nature, integrate nature-based solution into BBM. The outcome is it will strengthen infrastructure. Once infrastructure is strengthened, it will serve to reduce damage. Okay? In turn, this will save costs. So you will be encouraged to invest more in nature. This is a vicious cycle which goes round and round. Okay? So integrating nature or nature-based solution into the BBM project. Of course, as every one of you is aware, all large-scale infrastructure development is environmentally destructive. It will destabilize the ecosystem. It will result in habitat destruction, which is detrimental to the long-term survival, a long-term existence of the ecosystem. So this brings us to the project level of integration, and how to mitigate this kind of negative effect through project level integration by retrofitting and co-designing infrastructure flagship projects, which is about 185, mostly dominated by grey infrastructure. Okay? So the purpose of integrating at the project level is to reduce environmental footprint and to activate or to initiate a virtuous cycle of ecosystem protection and climate adaptation. This is the main purpose of a virtuous cycle integration. For example, nature-based solution for this few projects, the Cavite-Laguna Expressway, the South and North Luzon Expressway. How to mitigate environmental loss for the construction of this expressway is the issue. For example, you can install vegetative bunds. Vegetative bunds is a living embankment of soil, stone, and plant, okay, to reduce runoff, the flow of runoff, and the efficiency of installing vegetative bands with native plants, for example, enable erosion control and landslide mitigation. For example, it is able, compared to untreated land surface, the installment of vegetative band is able to reduce surface runoff by up to 63%. And of course, apart from that, it is able to reduce soil erosion up to 94%. Okay? So apart from the vegetative band, it is also possible to integrate bioswales or vegetated swales along expressway. This is the bioshell, okay? Bioshell. And the efficiency of this installment is that it is able to reduce runoff volume by 50 to 80%, and suspended solids removal by more than 90%. And of course, apart from that, it is able to remove nitrogen between 30 and 60%. So all this impact plays a role to reduce climate risks and also will enhance a resilient climatic system and to reduce flooding, okay? So apart from that, of course, you can also integrate retention pond. This is retention pond, okay? The purpose of this retention pond is to catch runoff, okay? Reduce stormwater runoff by about 28%. And apart from that, it is able to trap pollutants. About this kind of pollutants, for example, ammonia, nitrogen, nitrate, okay, from 65 to 91%. So the thing is that it will clear the water, okay, before it's flow into the river. It will serve to prevent river pollution. So another method is hydroseeding. Hydroseeding is the advanced what we call a planting process, which spray a slurry of water, seeds, mulch, and nutrients onto land surface to enhance vegetation growth. To enhance vegetation growth, for example, so spraying a slurry of mulch, seed, and water and nutrients onto the land surface here to allow vegetation growth here. And the impact of this method is that it is able to reduce soil loss between 2 to 3.5 times compared to an untreated area. So it will serve to reduce soil erosion, okay, and also to improve water absorption. So there's another way, of course, to enhance the integrity of BBM infrastructure is through what? Green corridors and planting trees. When we talk about planting trees, we refer to native trees, okay? Native tree function differently from commercial tree. The native tree, the root system spread out. The commercial tree, the roots, like the acacia, the root system go deep down. In a linear way, deep down, and it is very destructive to the soil ecosystem for the commercial tree. So when you plant native tree, the root spread out. It's to hold the soil tightly, and it's also to reduce soil erosion. So when you plant all these trees, it will be able to cool the surface temperature by about 5 degrees Celsius. This serves to reduce urban heat island. Okay? So apart from this, all these trees, when we are planted on the slope, okay, for example, the root tree, for example, is able to catch 68% of rainfall. This will serve to reduce flood risk. Okay? This will serve to reduce flood risk. So the flood in Philippines will not be that destructive when you apply these principles. But I actually do not see many trees in the central region, okay? And unfortunately, compared to Singapore and compared to Malaysia, for example, okay? So, all these are land-based. So apart from land-based, we also have a marine-based infrastructure. Okay? A marine-based infrastructure, the Badam Cavite Interlink Bridge. Okay? This bridge, the construction of this bridge is exceedingly destructive to the marine ecosystem. All projects, okay, the marine project, not only this Batam Cavite Interlink Bridge, all projects which touch on the marine ecosystem is extremely destructive, especially to the corals. Okay? The corals play an absolutely important role to reduce wave height. Okay, to reduce wave height. For example, okay, that is the reason why we call corals a keystone species. A keystone species is a species which supports the marine ecosystem. When the keystone species is destroyed, the whole system will collapse, will definitely collapse, okay? It's also a foundation species. So it is absolutely important to protect the coral, to reduce sea level rise, okay, which is estimated, as I've said before, between 5 to 7 mm in the future. Okay? So we have to take prevention, okay, prevention or mitigating measure before irreversible harm is done to the marine ecosystem. So one of the ways is to have environmental performance plan with a legally binding avoidance first principle. Of course, this avoidance first principle is to allow the developer to steer clear of the most sensitive areas, okay? So to avoid destroying the most sensitive areas before any construction work begins, this is the cheapest and most effective way to mitigate irreversible environmental harm. Of course, when this is impossible, when it is impossible to impact on the most sensitive areas, then the next solution is to apply the no net loss principle. No net loss principle. You have to mandate the no net loss principle for marine ecosystem. This is to ensure that the no net loss principle is to ensure that the overall health and function of the marine ecosystem is maintained. Okay, so no net loss, for example, of course, is the method where you have to prevent, okay, the net the net loss of the ecosystem. For example, by reallocating the marine corals to other places, okay, or compensation and restoration of the ecosystem, which you are going to interfere, okay? So for the marine project, it is also important to enforce a mandatory erosion and sediment control plan for all dredging and construction, okay? So this requires real-time activities, a real-time monitoring to track the impact of the project or the excavation on the ecosystem. Of course, apart from that, to implement measures like silk curtains or turbidity curtains. This is the silk curtains. The silk curtains here is to prevent soil and sediments from mixing into water, okay? Because once all the sand and soil mix into the water, this is detrimental to the corals. It will suffocate the corals, okay? So this is an important step. So, of course, you have to legally, and formalize the classification of corals as a critical climate security asset and to ensure permanent protection, okay? The permanent protection of these corals. So on the mandatory, on the program level integration, it is also, justifiable to introduce the Metro Manila and adjacent region of green-blue grid. This will serve as a protective belt along the metro region. So what do you mean by this green-blue grid? The green-blue grid, for example, okay, comprises of, for example, linking Sierra Madre watershed and forests to Manila Bay mangrove, to Laguna Lake Bay, to urban green tree. This will form a belt and circle the metro region, okay? So the integration of these four, and plus river also, will contribute to enhance functionality of ecological life support system. And I say all these are critical natural capital, okay? All these are critical natural capital. Of what urban green corridors are an important climate protector, for example. When you integrate all this, okay, and enhance the integration, for example, this will provide an ecological backbone for BBM and economic zone, okay? So this is a very practical way of enhancing the resilience of BBM infrastructure. Because of time constraint, I think I have to rush a little bit, okay? So policy level integration comprised of green-gray infrastructure option analysis is to compare green infrastructure and gray infrastructure based on cost-benefit analysis, and you choose the best option, and no net loss ecosystem service. Of course, to finance this, you have to innovate financial mechanism like the resilience bond, okay? Like the resilience bonds or the nature-based fund. So policy level of integration, you have institutionalized critical natural capital as a permanent protection site. And of course, to establish a public accountability through implementing a public natural capital performance dashboard. This is to monitor what are the impact of development have on the ecosystem. And the financial case for nature-based solution. Of course, the numbers speak. For example, Swiss Re Institute estimate that, of course, by investing 1 peso in nature-based solution, the returns will be 2 to 11 times of the investment. The ADB, for example, you invest only 0.5% of GDP into climate adaptation, is will protect about 4% of the national GDP. So apart from that, the cost effectiveness of infrastructure. If you install artificial erosion control, it will cost about 3 million pesos. But if you implement reforestation, it costs only about 24,000 pesos, okay? So the investment framework is here. Resilience bond, NBC co-financing, and public-private partnerships, okay? Of course, the PPP has already been integrated in the BBM project. So, to close this, to close today's presentation, of course, investing in nature is an absolute condition to enhance the BBM infrastructure resilience and to enhance an inclusive social economic growth. Okay, so thank you very much for your audience.
Thank you so much, Professor, for that very, very important and almost provocative and bothering presentation. And we need people like you to remind us about the need to really go from the vicious cycle to the virtuous cycle. So we shall have a few minutes for some questions that perhaps we can get online or from the floor. But as you know, we had an incredible group of pair of speakers. The founder of Cornucopia, who talked about the future readier, anticipation, shaping, making, the experience of Singapore. And as I must say, look, many of us look to your country to really learn from what you're doing within the context of how Singapore has done it. From the third to first world, many of us have read that book. And Dr. Choi Yi Kyung talked about the vicious, from the vicious to the virtuous cycle. And it was very, very enlightening, Dr. Choi, where you talk about actual cases from Calax and from many of our freeways here that sometimes we seem to have ignored some of the things that basic science that you suggested. Many of us around the room just plant trees, but not look at the implication whether the roots go downward or go spread out, and that also has implications to the environment. So if there are any questions from the floor, dear friends, we can spare about a few minutes. And even before I proceed, I'd like to welcome, of course, we're very lucky that the three presidents of DAP are here. You have President Calao, Dr. Gonzalez, and Dr. Leo Cajo Sebastian. The former presidents of DAP were graced by their presence. Let's give them a round of applause. And Dr. Ed Gonzalez just came here. Okay. Okay, sige. Okay, so we have some online participants, and I know that your presentations were good, quite inspiring learning from you in Singapore, and quite disturbing learning from you I noticed what you said about, you know, when you go to the Singapore or Kuala Lumpur, you have lots of trees all over, but you made a very important and honest, frank observation that you didn't see much of that in the Philippines, no? Within the context of why, in one sense, we are going through, I hope not a vicious cycle, but hopefully a virtuous cycle. I don't think it's too late. That's why we're here today. Okay? So, yes, Commissioner, ma'am. May katanungan dito sa... We also encourage those in the back, especially our graduate students among others from Pangasinan State U. Magtanong kayo kahit na isa man, dalawa man lang. Okay. Ma'am, please.
Thank you, Doctor. So first of all, I'd really like to take this opportunity to thank our two speakers for being so generous in sharing all your knowledge. My question is basically for Dr. Luke. I just want to say that when I received the invitation, it stated there that we wear ASEAN-inspired attire. And I'd like to share that this blazer I'm wearing is from Minister Josephine Teo, the Digital Minister of Singapore. So I'm wearing actually a Singapore-inspired material. And I would like to say that I'm so inspired for the last 20 years working with Singaporean ministries. 33 months ago, I took on the post of being the chairperson of the ASEAN Senior Officials Digital Ministries. And we developed the ASEAN Joint Guide for Artificial Intelligence. And it was under my chairmanship that the ASEAN Joint Guide for Artificial Intelligence was approved. But it was actually led by Singapore. And I work with your IMDA very closely on this project. That's why I caught a glimpse of your slide, but you switched it immediately. The Singapore AI strategy, I would like to ask for it. In ASEAN, the first ever country to come up with an ASEAN AI governance is really Singapore. And I wanted us to be the next, but I think Malaysia is already released its AI governance. In the Philippines, one of my last mission at the DICT was to finish the AI governance policy of the Philippines. And I hope I can ask you about it a little bit. So because currently, we're also developing our Philippine AI governance strategy. This really validates the need for policy first before patchwork of implementation. And that's why I really appreciate the presentation of our two speakers here, because I hear the comments here in my table. We should have more policymakers here to listen to your very good data. So I'd like just to ask for some inputs into how, as a futurist, you feel that AI and emerging technologies really also need a very strong and strategic foresight in terms of governance, and how, you mentioned skilling, you mentioned workforce development, how all these things will be important in terms of also shaping the future of the Philippines in using emerging technologies, because I believe that technologies cuts across the concern on climate change, also on education, and also on industry. Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you, Attorney. No wonder your clothing, I think, is in Minister Teo's trademark style. In fact, when I was at the Transport Ministry, she was a junior minister, I staffed her frequently back then. So I think AI is this big, hairy topic, right? I think pretty much most conferences that deal with the road ahead today have to talk about AI. I think so. Singapore, as long as you have a competent horizon scan, it will spot some of these major issues coming, like climate change, like AI, So I think awareness is the first thing. But then after that is doing something about it that's practical, after you appreciate it. So I think Singapore has also tried, and I think many other nations also have tried to see this. Because one way to look at it, again, it's a cliche that businesses, innovators, startups will be more nimble than government. Government may be last to the party, right? And so I think that AI is such a compelling cluster of new capabilities. And, the plutocrats, the innovators will run with the ball, if government doesn't step up and frame the rules of the game, But it's got to frame it in a way that doesn't kill the game and kill off the massive potential of AI, even as it regulates the disamenities. I was at a session in Singapore organized by the Konrad Adenauer Foundation just last week, and we were talking about the different approaches. So in fact, one good thing for Asia is that there are some other approaches being taken, and you can see what's right for your own country. So for instance, the Europeans themselves criticize how they perhaps are over-regulating AI and choking any nascent industry that they might have in this area, out of their legitimate concerns about privacy and human rights, But then, it's if you choke the industry, where's the growth? On the other hand, in North America at least, one big nexus of AI development, it could be said that, I'm speaking as a private citizen now, I'm not in government. I think that the American administration has been captured by corporate interests. So the B side is leading the G side by the nose in terms of regulation. Whether that actually is in the long-term interest of the US, who knows? Maybe they'll achieve a breakthrough unhindered by too much regulation that will give the US an edge in peace and in war. Who knows? And then in China, it's the opposite, right? China has kind of appropriated the means of production that now follow the party's command. So the government has captured business, and there's an industrial policy, there's far more control, it looks more orderly. So we'll see, so what is the approach for Southeast Asia? So for Singapore, it is true that we were one of the earlier countries to come up with a serious programmatic AI strategy. And in fact, AI is moving so fast that it was just refreshed, I think, over the past year. To emphasize things like, AI is not just projects, but it has to be a whole system, e-government system that you're doing, or like corporate systems, trade systems. The other emphasis of it was that it should be something that, you also manage the disamenities. There's a whole agency being created for that as well. And really to double down on technology education to give people access. Because the last point is that if you believe in creative destruction, Schumpeter talked about waves of creative destruction and innovation. There'll be a hell of a lot of destruction. A lot of job destruction is already happening, So then how do you manage and stimulate the creation side of things? That will be very important for socio-political stability moving forward. I don't think Singapore is the answer, but it's working on it, and it's something to do collaboratively.
Thank you very much, Luca. We're very happy that
Thank you.
the DICT is here. Yes, you have a follow-up question?
Yeah, I have a question for Dr. Choi, if it's okay. But I just want to say that since we're both in the private sector now, I'm also no longer part of the government. Maybe we can collaborate through DAP with regards to some of the projects you mentioned earlier.
Sure.
I have a question for Dr. Choi, if okay. So I have been thinking about my journey as a national government official, even if it's just short-lived. What I noticed in Japan and also in Singapore and even in Korea is you have a very strong policy think tank that actually thinks for the government. I mean, it's not your politicians that are just thinking. In terms of crafting long-term strategies, the policy think tank, sir. So my point is, in the Philippines, I've always been pushing for magic, making academe, government, industry collaborate. I always want the magic formula because academe, government, and industry must collaborate. So to create value. How were you able to like come up with all these strategies? Is it a government effort, an academic effort, or an industry effort, or a combination of both? And what is the value of collaboration?
A good question. Of course, as far as promotion environmental sustainability is concerned, it is important to adopt a top-down and bottoms-up solution. Top-down means the policymakers will implement or will issue all kinds of environmental policies. Okay? It is important. Of course, as far as issuing environmental policy is concerned, it is only date documents. Okay? So it is important to elect policymakers who are ecologically what we call knowledgeable. Okay, so the thing is like the case of BBM, when the Department of Environment and Natural Resources is not integrated into the BBM decision making, all these Department of Highways, Department of Public Highways, it will concentrate or focus only on traffic. The Department of Transportation, for example, is only focusing on what you call transport, like rails and what you call roads construction. Okay, while the Department of Energy will focus only on energy security. You can see all these, the environmental voice is absent from all these departments. So the thing is that it's important, I would say it is a compartmentalized institution, okay? Compartmentalized institution. That's why it is important to integrate, for example, of course, the DENR, the DENR into the framework and mandate, of course, mandate the Department of Environment and Natural Resources to review all projects in order to mitigate the cost of destruction. Okay? Without integrating this department into the BBM project, the decision made by this policymaker will tend to be anthropocentric. What is important is that to look for short-term economics return rather than long-term environmental sustainability. Okay? So apart from the top-down solution, you also have to enhance bottom-up. Bottom-up means to raise environmental awareness among the society. Without the cooperation, top-down solution is ineffective. Okay? So the problem is how Philippines is able to enhance environmental education among society. Okay? So these two are mutual reinforcing.
Thank you very much. As a matter of fact, one of our foreign presidents always emphasized exactly what you said, which we call the Bibingka approach. Former members of this cabinet were here, no? Wherein it's really top-down yet bottom-up. At the end of the day, it's really theory and practice. So, and the example you cited about some agencies not being part of this project on the DNR, I think it's a very, very important observation from your perspective. I don't know if DNR has really been not included there, but that's very important. We have another question from the floor. The speakers provided sound ideas and approaches to favor future growth and resilience. So from ideas to that favor future growth and resilience. But then this is a question: how does one balance these with progress, in quotes, promoted by policy and lawmakers? There seems to be a big disconnect between the desire for progress, yet specific policies, right, that are implemented, yet there's a disconnect to, I guess, implementation. I don't know who raised this question, but I think you're talking about this disconnect. Okay? Thank you. So the disconnect between great ideas, yet at the end of the day, you're talking about great ideas towards quote-unquote progress, yet how does one bring this within the context of resilience, within the context of sustainability, etc. The disconnect between theory and practice, the disconnect between many policies and implementation. And I think this is also what you mentioned about so many nice highways we have there, but did we include the concerns of sustainability in the projects? You get it? Yeah. So they said, I'm sorry. So it's really a disconnect that the one who raised this question perhaps might want to articulate it. The speakers provided sound ideas, great ideas. You talk about futures, you talk about, but to favor future growth and resilience. But how does one balance these with progress, in quotes, promoted by policy and lawmakers? There seems to be a big disconnect. Yeah, from policy to implementation. And I think this table is talking about, from policy to implementation. Yeah, exactly. Like you talk about BBM, right? Very nice policies. But when we implement them, based on your observation, which I thought was quite disturbing, no? But did they incorporate these many concerns on sustainability?
Okay.
Yeah.
Of course, when from a practical perspective, it is absolutely important, as I say, to elect, the representatives who are expert in that particular field, for example. Like in Singapore, okay, they elect, they select what it calls those leaders who are specialized in finance, for example, in environmental science, for example, as the Minister of Environment, for example, okay? Because without equipped with environmental knowledge, for example, they are bound to issue policies that focus on short-term economic gains, okay, against long-term environmental sustainability. As far as investment in nature is concerned, you will never be able to see short-term return. It is on a long-term basis because nature has to take some time to enhance their integrity. Okay? By then, you will be able to see the impact. There's a problem like the BBM. Of course, the financing is exclusively relying on ODA, okay? ODA, for example. So when you rely on ODA, what is important is to speed up the economic benefit, okay? Well, ignore the what they call environmental sustainability. Okay, that is an article, for example, economic analysis of the project here, for example, of the project. So because of the dependence of ODA, once you invest in nature, for example, from a long-term perspective, it's a plus. But they will ignore this portion of the outcome. They will look into how much you are able to gain from the project investment from a very, very short term. Okay?
Okay. Thank you. Luke, then maybe President Leo has a question, and we might have to wrap up soon. Okay, Luke?
Okay. So I think briefly, from all these cool ideas to reality, how do you get it done? So I think that firstly, one approach in good bureaucracy would be really planning and master planning, right? Based on resource, based on even the structure of government, create structures that are whole of government. Sure. And I'm not here as some Singaporean saying Singapore is so great and preaching to you, Like one of the jokes in the Singapore public sector, when we say whole of government, it's W, right, whole. But it could be HOLE, whole of government, right? Yeah, just like SDG, I'll tell you a funny story. I used to have a SDG pin, it's like a hole, but I think SDG is also the hole, right? That's why it's sinking, right? So right now, the gold pin I have here is actually from a whiskey company, very nice whiskey. Yeah, okay, so back to implementation. I think that the other thing is not just to get cool projects done, but I think the other issue is the whole life cycle for major projects, Certainly impact analysis, but I think in many places, sometimes the people who do operations and maintenance aren't as rewarded as the people who do the developmental work, and this full life cycle needs to be built into the design and also add in the carbon, the EIA equation. I think lastly, I think we always talk about public-private partnership, So technically, the public sector should be the voice of the people, But I think giving the people sector an explicit role in planning and stewarding key projects may help things go further as well. So it's not PPP, but PPPP in that sense.
Okay, thank you very much for that. And I like that whole of government that you mentioned. Let's now ask President Leo. I think one final question, sir.
This is for Dr. Lok. Yeah. Your experience in Singapore regarding the mainstreaming of foresight thinking, futures thinking, what made it easier, or what facilitated the mainstreaming of foresight thinking into the different departments, different organizations, including among the politicians in Singapore? What facilitated its mainstreaming? Because in many, and maybe you can comment also about the Philippines, what will make it easy. Because from what we are seeing in the Philippines, very often, our politicians have short-sighted. They are only looking for the next election. So that's 3 years or 6 years. And if you start thinking about foresight, they may say, they're not really that interested. They may say, it's nice, but not very interesting, because it's beyond what they see as their future. So what was your strategy in Singapore to mainstream it, especially among politicians and policymakers?
Yeah. Okay, so I think, thank you, Mr. President, for the question. I think obviously every country has unique circumstances. So I don't advocate a cut and paste between what Singapore does and any other country. So I think for Singapore, firstly, we were blessed by having a founding generation of leaders who were very capable and reasonably honest as well. So they were the ones that kind of bake in this long-term thinking and future orientation for society, such as the guy that I quoted in my presentation. But then the other aspect of it is the bureaucracy that also has to be reasonably honest, reasonably capable. And in Singapore, one way to do that is that we have a strong anti-corruption authority, but we also have reasonably well-paid bureaucrats as well. So the bureaucracy institutionalized the modalities, functions, and created the structure of futures thinking that could advise the ministries and agencies and ultimately the ministers. So we have institutionalized processes such as national scenarios that are confidential, so they can be more candid and honest and challenging. They come out every 5 years or so, to challenge thinking of the establishment. I think lastly, for the bureaucracy, this is just an observation. I think in the British system, the senior bureaucrats are career civil servants mostly. You can come from the private sector, but they're not political appointees. So one of the strengths of that system, as long as it's a good system, not a rotten system, is that you can have a bit of continuity of institutional knowledge across different elected administrations in that sense, to help to steer and advise the politicians. But of course, the counter-argument is that anti-democratic, is that elitist as well. So there's no perfect system. The last thing, just a fact, is that the Party of Independence has carried on winning elections over time. So that gives a sense of continuity within one party that leads to continuity beyond any individual's tenure in terms of trying to realize longer-term goals. But again, that has to be safeguarded from abuse. You need to have free and fair elections to maintain contestability as well. So I think those are some of the foundations of it. But lastly, it's simply because Singapore is so small that we know that we need to be a world taker and need to be well benchmarked and well aware of what's happening around the world and to adjust to it.
Somebody once said that the secret sauce to Singapore is MCH. MCH, meritocracy. Meritocracy in the bureaucracy. Number 2 is, you talk of benchmarking, copycat, learn from others. And the last one that you mentioned a number of times, incredible honesty in the bureaucracy.
So,
and
Dr.
leadership.
Lok, what do you recommend for the Philippines?
Okay. I think that, I mean, to me, I think that the basis of good governance is probably the foundation. and it's a question of how to approach that, So not to comment on your system, but to come back to the AI thing, for instance. I think AI and other digital e-government is actually one way to have built-in measures to have more honest and efficient processes so that government can move more smoothly. AI in the right hands can also be the big brother that makes sure that there's that there's good governance and no monkey business in certain processes as well, by making things more transparent in that sense. So I think it will be to harness technology, but in the end, it's also what type of culture in the bureaucracy would good institutions like the DAP help to propagate in that sense. And maybe lastly, I think that drawing on certain, cultural historical tropes may help. I think that's one thing I've seen the DAP do quite well in different things, or Lizan, Hiraya foresight as well. So it's to infuse some of these cues for good governance and make them culturally resonate from history.
Thank you. And on that note, I'll turn it over to a good friend, Kent.
Thank you very much, Dr. Alex, Dr. Choi, and Mr. Luke for the illuminating insights. No, Dr. Choi talked about sustainability, and Mr. Luke talked about futures. And because we are in HINABI 2025, realize going forward, it's important on how to weave them together. So we would like to request our speakers and moderator to remain on stage for a photo opportunity. And we also request Dean Lizal and President to join them on stage. So everyone, let's give our speakers and moderator another warm round of applause.
We would like to award this plaque of appreciation to our resource person during HINABI 2025, conducted by the Academy's Graduate School of Public and Development Management. Signed, Dr. Lizan Kalina and Dr. Ricardo Sebastian. First, I would like to give this plaque of appreciation to Dr. Choi Kyung. The same plaque of appreciation is awarded to Mr. Luke Tay.
Again, let's give our speakers and our moderator a very warm round of applause.
And the same plaque of appreciation to Dr. Alex Brillantes.
Dr. Alex, to our resource persons, and let's give them another warm round of applause for that very insightful and thought-provoking lectures and discussions, and for our first session for today. Okay. And as we carry these insights with us into the rest of the day, we now move into a space for conversation and connection. May we invite everyone to join us for lunch and a chance to continue this dialogue, share your reflections, and reconnect with colleagues and friends in this event hall.
We will gather again at 1 p.m. In this hall for our first session. So if you have any questions, I think you can approach our speakers if you weren't able to ask during the open forum. But until then, please enjoy your lunch and the company. Thank you and have a wonderful lunch. Our lunch buffet is already being served at the back. So there are 2 lines. All right.
Thank you, everyone. Again, we can now have your lunch. Our scrumptious lunch is served at the back of the ballroom. We have 2 lines for your use. Again, we will be back at session hall at around 1 p.m. Thank you, everyone, and happy lunch.
Hello. Our afternoon session will begin in 3 minutes. May we invite everyone to kindly make their way back to the hall and take their seats. Thank you very much. Again, our sessions will begin in 3 minutes. May we invite everyone to kindly make their way back to the hall and take their seats. Thank you very much.
Now turn to a conversation that sits at the heart of everyday life and long-term national resilience. How we grow food, how we build systems around it, and how Filipinos may consume and relate to the food in the years ahead. This brings us to HINABI Session 1, Reimagining Philippine Food Systems and Consumption Futures.
This session features our research fellows exploring how agriculture, food systems, and consumption patterns may transform across various future scenarios. Their studies demonstrate practical foresight applications that influence livelihoods, sustainability, and national food security. To help us navigate the ideas we're about to hear, and to link perspectives, sharpen the questions, and keep the discussion moving with purpose, we are honored to have a renowned expert with us as the moderator. Dr. Nicasio Angelo Agustin brings over 20 years of public sector experience from the then National Economic and Development Authority, where he concluded his government service as Regional Director for the Davao region. After government service, he continued his development work with corporate institutions and international agencies such as the World Bank, USAID, ADB, DFAT, COICA, and UNDP.
Since 1998, Dr. Agustin has also been a part-time professorial lecturer. He currently teaches at UP Diliman School of Urban and Regional Planning, the UST Graduate School Program on Economics and Development Studies, and serves as faculty in charge at the Development Academy of the Philippines for courses in project development, management, and research methods in public management.
Dr. Agustin is the author of Project Development and Feasibility Analysis and has published in international peer-reviewed journals. He currently serves as a chairperson for the Global Hub for Growth, Incorporated. Friends and colleagues, a big round of applause for Dr. Nicasio Angelo Agustin.
Thank you very much for the introduction, Kent and Andrea. I think after that Samtu's lunch, we no longer have to talk about Hunger Games. We talk about food. Good afternoon, fellow academics, researchers, governance practitioners, and partners in sustainable development. I would like to welcome you all to the HINABI Session 1, Reimagining Philippine Food Systems and Consumptions. Food is as vital to human society as it is to survival, as food systems build communities and enable their growth into civilizations. In our commitment to research that advances sustainable development, it is also essential that we examine how to ensure that people can continue to eat and sustain themselves in an ever-changing environment. For this session, we will be joined by 4 distinguished researchers who recognize the significance of food systems in our development. Their ongoing studies employ foresight and future-thinking methods in the fields of agriculture, food systems, and consumption patterns. In developing future scenarios for their respective topics, one can identify their influence on livelihoods, sustainability, and national food security, spanning innovations in traditional crops, emerging technologies, and creative food industries. To open our session this afternoon, I would like to introduce our first speaker, who is advancing her environmental and agricultural sustainability initiatives. She has a Bachelor of Science in Chemical Engineering from the University of San Carlos and a Master's of Business Administration from the University of the Philippines. She also has experience as a faculty member at her alma mater, where she taught operations management, business analytics, academic research, marketing, and entrepreneurship. In addition, she has corporate experience at Lufthansa Technique Philippines and Procter & Gamble, developing key skills in strategy, digitalization, innovation, finance, material management, project management, and quality assurance. Drawing on her extensive corporate and academic experience, she transformed advocacy into practical impact by co-founding and serving as head of strategy at the Ato Ani in 2019. The social venture aims to enable data-driven sustainable agriculture through a three-pronged approach: recommendations, distribution, and carbon credits. In 2022, she co-founded I Am Consulting, which aims to support the decarbonization of the aviation and logistics sectors through innovation management, process improvement, and training services. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming our first presenter, Ms. Maria Wilvena A. Anyora, whose study examines the future of ube, or what we call purple yams.
Good afternoon, everyone. So thank you so much for that very kind introduction. So again, as you've mentioned, I'll talk about the study on the future of the purple yam Philippine ube industry by 2050. So this is anchored on these 4 SDGs. And you might be wondering, why do a study on ube, right? So apart from its deep cultural significance and also economic importance, there's this rising global demand for ube, and we have attested that from our lived experience working from interest coming from Europe. Like 4 countries are interested for ube in the Philippines. But despite this global demand, there's these challenges experienced by the industry. From climate change, aging farmers, we also have supply shortages. That is why there's a need to do some research and long-term planning on this for the whole ube value chain, not from production, processing, up until marketing. And this should be aligned with both global and also national frameworks. So this study is based on these research objectives, from identifying key drivers up until providing strategic recommendations and policies guided by the identified, shared, and desired future. Okay, so this is based on this conceptual framework, but since we're limited in time, I'll just skip through it. And then these are the types of secondary sources that we use. But more than that, we do have primary data. Insights that we've gathered from the experience working for ube project, which is in collaboration with the European Chamber of Commerce, farmer groups, and also the academe and the government in Bohol. But you might be wondering, why Bohol, right? So Bohol is home to ube kinampay. And from these customers that talk to us, they mentioned that they want particularly ube kinampay, and of course other ube varieties. So there's this global demand, and we have GI protection that is ongoing. So this differentiates us from competitors from China and Vietnam. So that is why we started with Bohol. All right, next. So we're using futures thinking from framing up until planning. Okay, so let's run through the findings and discussions. So let's start with framing. Of course, our issue is really to identify what is the future of the Philippine ube industry by 2050. So this is spanning 25 years until 2050. And for the whole ube value chain, it covers tubers production, products processing, and also marketing. Because you could not really work in silos in each of these values. All right. So these are the identified stakeholders, which we have incorporated insights coming from secondary data and also primary data from each area of the value chain. All right, let's start with scanning for tubers production. So here, since there's a lot of insights, I'll just breeze through the key drivers that are identified. So we've already categorized this. First is the aging farmers, and also the youth disengagement. They don't want to go into agriculture. And this one we have validated with our partners from the Bohol Ube Growers and also Young Farmers Agriculture Cooperative. So they are mostly senior citizens, and they don't, the young ones don't really want to go into farming, so there are less of them. Next is, another key driver is climate vulnerability. Since Bohol and also other areas, and mostly in the Visayas, were being hit by a lot of typhoons. Apart from the, reduction, planting materials that were supposed to reduction or the decline in the supply of ube. All right, another key driver is the planting material scarcity, which was mentioned, limited supply. Why limited supply? There's a decline in supply in ube despite the growing demand. So just imagine, there are 600 hectares dedicated to ube, but to be able to keep up with demand, we need 20,000 to 30,000 hectares. So it just doesn't add up, right? So next, so there's seasonality, because you can only grow ube once. So there's, this area must need to be explored as well. So next, early adoption of analytics. We've identified that for some other areas, you need to adopt data-driven practices. But right now, this has not been applied to ube, although this is applied to other high-value crops that we have done in our organization. The same can be applied to ube. Then let's move on to products processing, another area of the value chain. So for products processing, most of our customers who reach us to us, potential customers, they've specified quality requirements in terms of color, taste, and also odor and solubility. And this one, the market, currently we can't keep up with this. There's not a lot of research in this area. So now, I think we need to also focus on this, because the key to actually retain the trust of the customers is to be able to provide for the requirements. All right, next is R&D continuity. So this is from PAISO, and then we've collaborated with them. And then they mentioned that there's lack of continuity in R&D because of the funds, of course. They can't continue doing the research. And also when we do propose it to government agencies, this is not currently a priority. Next is authenticity. I mentioned about Kinampay doing ube GI protection, and it will be our edge because you could not get out Kinampay out of the Philippines and out of Bohol, right? So if we wanted to differentiate amongst our competitors, we must support this GI protection. Okay. So next, market development. As I mentioned, you have tubers production, you have processing. Now let's do the market. So for market, of course, this is global demand that I'm mentioning. And these are coming from a variety of organizations and players, Filipinos, but then also, most importantly, corporate customers. This one is like a talk with a Belgian ambassador, and they've attested to, actually because they're discovering matcha, but right now the Belgians are discovering ube, right? So, and it's not only in Belgium, but also in Sweden, Switzerland, and also France. A lot is in France. So there's a large market potential, but we can't really keep up with the demand. So, next, sustainability. So for these customers that reach out to us, actually, although there's data on the growing environmental consciousness, but we can attest this while talking with these customers, because they specifically mentioned that the tubers or the products, the raw materials that we must use, must be grown sustainably. They're from EU, but that also works for Canada, for those potential customers who wanted to purchase products coming from the Philippines. Lastly, for push of the present, there's this trade architecture and also market access. So although currently there's ongoing Ube Festival, we've attended one just last week from Bohol. And then, but of course there are trade agreements. The Belgian ambassador mentioned there are ongoing free trade agreements with EU. So if we are able to work on this developing a product that caters to the market, then we can take advantage of the trade agreement that will happen in like 2 years, right? So all the more beneficial for the farming communities. Okay, so that's the push of the present. So this is more of just a summary of the key drivers. So since, again, we're limited in time, so I just wanted to highlight that the key drivers that I mentioned can be clustered both in supply side adaptation, meaning how we produce our tubers, and the second main key driver is the global demand, which is happening really right now, and premiumization, because this is where we can differentiate, and we don't want to lowball our farmers. All right, so I'll just run through the key drivers, because I mentioned this already a while ago. And so that's a push of the present. Now, pull of the future. This is basically the key drivers that I've mentioned as well, but I just wanted to highlight that authenticity is really required because, you know, we've seen a lot, there are ones that are coming out in the market that purple color sweet potato are being used in the place of ube. And you know, the customers doesn't want that. They want authentic ube, for example. So as not to lose trust on that. And of course, innovation is necessary because seasonality, you can only grow ube once, but there's a lot of markets, so how can you keep up with that? Next is the weight of the past. So here, you know, it's traditional. The farm is traditional. Yes, you can have that, but you combine as well with technology, data-driven practices, because we can't keep up with demand if we keep doing that. And of course, as mentioned by our collaborators, from BISO, from the academe, there's lack of support on R&D specific on this particular industry. So I think it's necessary to have focus in this as well. All right, so considering those two major things that I mentioned about supply-side adaptation and also global demand premiumization, these are the four features, plausible features that we have developed. So now, if we keep doing what we're doing right now, and as like I mentioned, lack of R&D support, support of the farmers, ignoring the market, then we will have this business as usual. Miss future, the whole world moved on, right? There's a large global demand. You have China and Vietnam there, but where are we? You know, no, it's local. Our farmers, the supply continue declining. So I think we don't want this future to happen for ube. Another worse future that can possibly happen is that ube survives, but then there's no global market. There's less local market. So it remains as a symbol for cultural heritage and not as an industry. But we don't want this as well, right? The third one is, okay, we invest in R&D, but we fail to keep up with the market globally. So we have a high local market, high demand local market. We do data-driven practices for agriculture, but since we can keep up with the global demand, our market is limited. But this is also, although this is good, this is not what we want. What we want, therefore, is our preferred future, purple yam prosperity. What is this characterized about? So here, it's a full transformation for the agriculture, at least for this one, for ube production, able to provide supply that is able to keep up with global demand, but not only able to keep up with global demand, be able to premiumize ube. Because there are also ube in other countries, so we need to let the world know that our ube is premium. All right, so I'll just run through. So there's a features wheel for this corresponding purple yam prosperity and the corresponding vision statement. Specifically, farmer empowerment, innovation, must have resilient supply chain, and strong partnerships to be able to do this as an industry and move it forward. So it's aligned to national frameworks, like Ambisyon natin 2040, PDP, and also the SDGs that I mentioned earlier. All right, now planning. So we've done the scanning of the environment. Now, what are our suggestions to be able to achieve that desired feature that we are a premium ube from the Philippines, we're able to keep up with demand, our agriculture system can supply that. So these are the goals, essentially, and we do backcasting from here. So first off, of course, before I mention the different phases in timelines, there needs to be an overall governance so that the strategic recommendations that I will mention here will be, project managed accordingly, right? And you can have Philippine Ube Industry Council participated by different stakeholders. So now let's start with the different phases. Phase 1 is about foundation building because there's no foundation yet. So what must you do? Of course, GI protection, because this is our differentiator. So we must work in this for Ube and Ampay. Once we have that, you can launch a national R&D program, not only for Ube, production and processing. Because, as I mentioned, we can't even provide the right samples to our potential customers right now. And we don't want to lose them, right? Next, build pilot processing hub. It's Bohol, because as I mentioned of the reason earlier, and there's one coming from France next year to Bohol because they want to test the samples and all. So, but the infrastructure there is not yet, right? And then, of course, I mentioned about farmers. So you need to engage the youth because the current farmers are senior citizens. So you need to, bring it down to younger generation. And the next is the planting materials. So strong support on increasing the production because this is what we're lacking currently. And of course, data-driven practices. So that comes next. As you can see, there's corresponding timeline as well in that. And of course, now we're done with the foundation. We have the supply, we have the market, then it's right time for us to scale up. That happens from 2030 to 2040. So here, you can replicate whatever results the ube processing plant in Bohol to other ube growing regions. I've also mentioned here the details, the regions. And then you scale up production. Along with processing, scale up production. And this ube producing regions in the slides. Next, MRV. The previous speakers mentioned about carbon market. Actually, the Philippines can take advantage of the carbon market. We are not taking advantage of it right now. This can also be applied to ube because ube is grown regeneratively. So if you can, take advantage of carbon market, this is additional income for the farmers and for the stakeholders supporting that. Next, so in relation to this, you can launch national regenerative agriculture standards. More in scaling up is, if you're ready already, because there's this standards, and the farmers are ready, then you can enter into the carbon markets. And lastly, by 2040 to 2050, this is where we can already achieve our desired future, right? Ube as a premium, Philippine ube as a premium brand recognized globally. So here, of course, traceability is important. I mentioned about using purple sweet potato in place of ube, and it should not be it, right? Because we might lose the interest of our customers. And also the trust. So traceability is important, and the premium branding for ube, we must have that. Next is the trade agreements. Ongoing discussions there are ongoing FTA, free trade agreements, discussions ongoing right now, but we must secure contracts for these free trade agreements for countries like EU countries, Canada, Australia, and also the United States. But the United States might not be right now because of the tariff. Okay, and then rural prosperity from the farmers. And lastly, this global research network. To be a global leader, we must be, the top ones in terms of climate-smart root crop innovation, right? So to conclude, I just wanted to highlight. You cannot see. Okay. Okay, I'll just continue. All right. I just want to highlight that the industry, is at the crossroads right now. We should be able to match our supply with the demand that is in the market. Because if we don't do that, again, we don't want missed harvest. We want to take advantage. The farmers are the ones, the lowest paying, one of the lowest paying, and as part of the sector. But if we will take advantage of where we differentiate from our competitors, like Vietnam has heavy in agriculture, and also China, then we can achieve that purple, young prosperity future. And early actions must be necessary. But then again, to be able to do that, success requires coordinated efforts from various sectors, us from the private sector, from the academe, and farmer groups and the government. All right, so I'll just run, this is the Gantt chart. So I'll just skip through it. So that's from phase 1, foundation building, then you scale up, and then lastly, global leadership, because that is what we want. And this is just recommendations for the different government agencies. So I'll just skip through. So DA, of course, for increasing ube tubers production, DUST for research, DTI for market access, as well as DFA for free trade agreements, DNR for the carbon market, IPOFIL for GI protection, the LGUs, of course, for the ube growing zones, and also CHED, TEST, and ATI for upskilling. So this is the recommendation for the Philippine Ube Industry Council. So before I end, thank you for this opportunity. Thank you for listening. But I just wanted to highlight that, there's a market for this. There's a growing industry, potential growing industry for this. So if you wanted to share this to others who might be interested or who want to collaborate, you can, scan this QR code or email me if you want to continue the conversation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Anyora, for enlightening us on the possibilities for our climate-resilient Philippine ube industry. As in the previous sessions, if you have any insights or questions for this presentation, please note them. We will have the opportunity to share our thoughts during the open forum and interactive discussion at the end of this session. For the interest of time, let us proceed with the next speaker. She is a distinguished veterinarian, academic leader, and public servant whose career reflects a deep commitment to animal health, veterinary education, and community-oriented service. She began her career after passing the veterinary licensure exam in 1999. She earned her Doctor of Veterinary Medicine from UPLB, where she also completed her MS in Veterinary Medicine and PhD in Microbiology. She later pursued a master's in development management at the Asian Institute of Management, graduating at the top 4 of her class, and currently completed a certificate in foresight and futures thinking. She has held key leadership roles in Cavite State University, including Director for Research, Campus Administrator, Dean of CBMBS, and Dean of the Graduate School and Open Learning College. In January 2021, she was among the 23 women fellows of the Merrill Williams Fellowship. She was also a fellow of the U.S. Department of Agriculture Faculty Exchange Program and has received numerous awards such as Most Outstanding Veterinarian in Education and Outstanding Alumna in Veterinary Education. Her research focuses on antimicrobial resistance in livestock and poultry with publications in Scopus Index journals and projects funded by agencies like ASHARD, DOST Picard, and the Newton Fund. She established the Foodborne Pathogen Laboratory and has supervised over 52 DVM students. She is currently part of the pioneering program to develop a salmonella vaccine for poultry. Beyond research, she actively contributes to national initiatives in veterinary education and food safety standards, serving in technical working groups and professional associations. Her work exemplifies leadership, innovation, and commitment to advancing veterinary science and public health. Let us all give our attention to our next speaker, Dr. Cynthia Rondina de la Cruz, and her study on the futures of Philippine poultry.
So, good afternoon, everybody. It is my pleasure to present our foresight paper entitled, as shown, which I developed with my co-authors, Dr. Ruperta S. Sangalang, Dr. Ruel Mojica, and Dr. Alan P. Dargantes. This study provides a foresight analysis of the Philippine poultry industry, outlining possible future paths and strategic actions necessary to ensure its resilience and competitiveness by 2050. So we have identified 4 distinct scenarios, which I will be discussing later. And the preferred scenario imagines a technologically advanced, environmentally sustainable, and socially inclusive industry that successfully fulfills domestic demand while boosting regional and global competitiveness. We perform backcasting techniques to delineate specific milestones and actionable strategy, and the findings emphasize the necessity for robust collaboration among government agencies, private sector participants, and research institutions. And ultimately, we hope that this study will serve as a strategic roadmap, highlighting proactive policy interventions combined with industry-led efforts, which are vital to navigate the uncertainties which currently our industry is facing. What's the significance of this study? Our population continuously increases. Currently, we are at 114 million. And of course, consumer preferences shift. So the industry must be able to adapt with the growing demands of the population as well as intricate challenges. We seek to offer valuable insights for policymakers, industry stakeholders, as well as researchers to advance toward a sustainable and successful future for this specific sector of the industry. Poultry meat is generally more affordable than beef or poultry or pork, making it accessible to a broader range of consumers, especially in developing countries. And because of this, the demand for it continues to grow and is, of course, considered as a cornerstone of our landscape. It is also the most widely consumed animal protein worldwide, according to FAO. Also, it is a rich source of protein. And as a population grows, their demand for high-quality protein increases, and poultry meat is a good source of that. And also, it is highly versatile and therefore appeals to diverse culinary cultures and preferences. Now, poultry meat and eggs are a crucial component of food security. And food security means that all people at all times have access to sufficient, safe, and nutritious food. Aligning food security initiatives, particularly in the paper that we developed with the Sustainable Development Goals, Sustainable Development Goal 1, 2, and 12, paves the way for a more equitable and sustainable future, fulfilling the commitment that no one is left behind. Food security, however, is a complex issue shaped by various interconnected factors. And given its multifaceted nature, it is important to consider specific food sources which can contribute to meet the nutritional needs, and one of these would be poultry meat and eggs. Chicken production in the Philippines continues to grow with an output of 8.2% in the second quarter of 2025. And this is because of increase in meat and egg production. And as can be seen in this graph, the market trend for Philippine poultry market is growing with a year-on-year average of 3.4%. So this forecasting is derived through analysis of various macroeconomic factors and market sales trend, followed by predictive modeling to project future sales. On the other hand, in terms of table eggs, we can see here 2 scenarios of 6% PS layer depletion and 8% PS layer depletion. If we will just focus on the year 2025, because on the year 2026, that's a projection. In 2025, we have produced a total of 20 billion table eggs, which is really enough to meet the local demand, of course, in our country. And that is also logical because currently the per capita consumption of table eggs is around 175 eggs. The Philippine Broiler Industry Roadmap, developed by the Department of Agriculture, Bureau of Animal Industry, stated that demand for chicken is rising due to factors such as population growth, urbanization, and changing consumer preferences. But the Philippines currently imports meat heavily. Primarily, these are used in hotels, restaurants, and institutions. But the Philippines is very technically competitive in broiler production compared to other ASEAN countries. But unfortunately, our input cost is so much bigger, particularly in feed as well as electricity cost. So feed cost, it's a significant component of broiler production. In terms of the Philippine Layer Industry Roadmap, again developed by DA and BAI, it is founded on 5 pillars as shown: customer and industry value, sustainable growth, unlocking innovation, capable people and vibrant communities, and capital and risk management. We are self-sufficient in terms of egg production, but unfortunately, we face a lot of vulnerabilities. And as mentioned, even by previous speakers, one of which would be climate change. The domestic market is the primary focus of our egg production, but currently, we do not do egg exports, and later I'll explain. So the roadmap aims to increase national egg production per capita by 150 by 2023. This was published in 2022. As mentioned, currently we are now at 175, 200 by 2030, and 300 by 2040. Both the roadmaps highlighted key government roles, such as providing infrastructure, creating stable regulatory environments and robust policies, ensuring fair competition, facilitating access to credit and other resources, supporting research and innovation, and promoting food and security. For methodology, our study utilized the framework foresight method by Hines and Bishop. And the PESEL framework was employed to analyze the environment and identify key factors of change. Apologies, we identified a lot. And key informant interviews were conducted with selected members of the Philippine College of Poultry Practitioners. This is a collegial body duly recognized by the Philippine Veterinary Medical Association, composed of licensed veterinarians representing all sectors of the industry, government, and the academe. We also did a desk review of pertinent literature and analysis of published reports, articles, as well as updates. Through quadrant mapping, the factors were examined by categorizing them into high uncertainty, low impact, high uncertainty, high impact, low uncertainty, low impact, and low uncertainty, high impact. And this process outlined 4 scenarios: business as usual, preferred, disowned, and integrated, using the scenario building framework. We also made use of the Futures Triangle by Inayatullah, and to determine the ways of the past, pushes of the present, and pulls of the future. And from that, various projections of the weights, pushes, and pulls were applied during the scenario development phase. So these are identified factors. So for pull of the future, we have cost of feeds and inputs, AI, automation, and robotics, IoT and data analytics, as well as biotechnology. For weight of the past, we have food safety and quality regulations, environmental and land use laws, the devolution of the local government unit, as well as economic status and income inequality. For push of the present, we have several disease control and biosecurity laws, import and export regulations, household income and customer purchasing power, trade policies, tariffs and import competition, inflation and economic stability, market prices and consumer trends, population growth and demographics, urbanization, the presence of the PCPP, climate change and extreme weather events, as well as resource scarcity, particularly water and feed. Subsequently, we conducted backcasting to identify the milestones and actions necessary to achieve the desired future. Policy implications were also developed to support the vision of a resilient and competitive Philippine poultry industry by 2050. So please do indulge me as I read our scenario narratives. So for the business as usual scenario, the Philippine poultry industry maintains steady growth, primarily driven by population increases and urbanization, as evidenced by per capita consumption of chicken meat at 13 kilograms and 85 pieces of eggs. Large commercial farms adopt incremental technological improvements such as basic automation, while the smallholder farmers struggle to keep pace due to limited access to capital and technology. Consequently, the industry has become increasingly bifurcated, with large firms dominating the export and high-value markets, while small-scale farmers continue to operate with outdated practices and minimal productivity gains. Environmental challenges persist, including inadequate waste management, water resource depletion, and pollution, particularly among smallholders who lack the means for eco-friendly practices, resulting in localized environmental degradation and pollution. Disease outbreaks happen, in particular avian influenza and Newcastle's disease, and this disrupts supply chains and threaten industry stability as biosecurity measures remain uneven and insufficiently enforced throughout the sector. The smallholders will suffer immensely because they have to depopulate without adequate compensation. And sadly, because of the devolution of local government unit, it allows some infected poultry to enter the supply chain, spreading the infection. While some farms invest in diagnostics, vaccines, and biosecurity infrastructure, the coverage remains uneven, leading to periodic disruptions in supply chains and economic losses. So technological adaptation is uneven. Larger farms benefit from IoT, AI, and biotech innovation. Consequently, disparities persist between large and small producers, and that produce significant income inequality, and food security concerns remain high. Market dynamics continue to be influenced by regional trade agreements, but increased competition from unregulated imports and fluctuating global prices pressure local producers to remain competitive. On the other hand, the preferred scenario is this: the Philippine poultry industry is evolving into a resilient, environmentally sustainable, and technologically advanced sector that effectively meets domestic demand while enhancing regional and global competitiveness. Per capita consumption has surged to 50 kilograms of chicken meat and 300 eggs. The private sector and government have embraced a comprehensive strategic direction for growth and sustainability through regulatory reforms benefiting both the producers and the government. And then we have nationally funded biotechnology research, which produce disease-resistant, high-yield poultry breeds tailored for our local conditions, which reduced our reliance on imports. These Philippine-adopted, locally developed breeds have made their way into locally owned great-grandparent breeding farms, because currently we don't have that, providing Filipinos with easy access to affordable grandparent and parent stocks, as well as day-old chicks. Investment in feed research, innovation, and technology boost the productivity of raw materials such as corn and other domestic crops as feed ingredients. Biosecurity measures are robust and integrated with advanced diagnostics, greatly minimizing disease outbreaks and ensuring stable supply chains. The market focus has shifted toward producing high-quality, organic, humane, and eco-certified poultry products which command premium prices both locally and internationally, making the industry a significant export revenue earner. For the disowned scenario, critical issues related to environmental sustainability, disease control, technological modernization, and social inclusiveness persist, posing a risk to a highly unsustainable and problematic future. Untreated environmental degradation and pollution from unchecked waste disposal, excessive water use, and land conversion lead to severe ecological damage, contaminating water sources and harming local communities. Frequent disease outbreaks such as avian influenza and Newcastle disease become endemic and uncontrollable, causing massive poultry losses, public health crisis, and trade bans. The industry also faces increased legal penalties and stricter regulations, but without the capacity to adopt, this exacerbate financial strains and operational difficulties. Only the large commercial operations remain, but they too are at the brink of closing down as they face increasingly high input costs, particularly electricity and feeds. Social unrest arises due to widespread unemployment, consumer confidence in the industry plummets, and the Filipinos resort to other alternatives for their protein source. It is a sad day to witness the collapse of the Philippine poultry industry. And finally, for the integrated scenario, the per capita consumption of chicken is 50 kilograms of meat and 300 eggs, due to the Philippine poultry industry's steady yet uneven growth driven by population increase and urbanization. Larger and more technologically advanced producers called integrators adopt modern technology, biotechnology, and data management systems, leading to increased productivity. Both domestic and export demands are met. However, smallholders and rural farmers face significant challenges in accessing these technologies due to limited resources, resulting in a divided landscape within the poultry industry. As the industry expands, environmental degradation becomes increasingly prevalent. The adoption of environmentally friendly practices is not widespread since there are no legal consequences for those who fail to comply. And it develops a dual structure where dominant technologically advanced firms expand into exports and premium markets, while smallholders strive to upgrade with support and incentives from the government. Within the market, regional and global trade dynamics significantly influence the industry, with a trade liberalization with ASEAN compelling local producers to meet stricter standards regarding safety, traceability, and sustainability. Consumer preferences are gradually shifting towards safer, traceable, and environmentally friendly poultry products, motivating the industry to adapt. This period looks promising for the ambitious Juan, the poultry raiser, due to the potential for growth and development, fully supported by the government and other key stakeholders. In conclusion, the study offers a foresight study on the future of the poultry industry in the Philippines. It highlights significance of food security, discusses the current chicken situation in the country, and analyzes key challenges such as diseases, feed costs, and environmental issues. The poultry industry in the Philippines is presented with numerous opportunities and challenges in the upcoming decades. To achieve a sustainable and competitive future, a strategic and collaborative approach is essential. And by tackling these uncertainties, enacting policies, and encouraging innovation, the Philippines can fortify its poultry sector, boost food security, and enhance rural development. So the envisioned scenario of a technologically advanced and environmentally sustainable industry is attainable through appropriate investments and policy measures. So these are the references that we did. And finally, I end it with a quote from a farmer, Mas Masumoto: "Farming is a profession of hope." Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Cynthia, for providing us a strategic foresight roadmap for the Philippine poultry industry that is technologically advanced, environmentally sustainable, and socially inclusive. Let us proceed to our third speaker, a distinguished professional food technologist with more than 15 years of expertise in quality management, supply chain operations, sustainability in leadership in the food and retail sectors. He earned his Bachelor of Science in Food Technology from UP Los Baños and a Master of Technology Management from UP Diliman, where his foresight analysis on the future of organic products in the Philippines gained recognition at conferences and policy boards. His commitment to lifelong learning is evident from additional diplomas in organic agriculture and supply chain management, and he is currently pursuing a doctorate in sustainability with a focus on sustainable food systems and food security. His professional journey includes key roles at Healthy Options Group, where he developed quality systems and enhanced operational efficiency, and at Nestle Philippines and Senate Foods, where he specialized in quality assurance and data management. He has also served as a consultant for Gawad Kalinga, Bayanihan, helping reduce food loss and expand market reach. Today, he leads a senior merchandise manager for fresh produce at SNR membership shopping. Beyond his corporate achievements, he is a certified ISO 9001-2015 lead auditor and former organic agriculture inspector. He actively shares his expertise through speaking engagements and consulting, championing sustainable agriculture, food waste reduction, and organic production development. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Ian Junlord Invierno and his research on the futures of edible insects in the Philippines.
Good morning, good morning. Okay. Imagine, you... Hello? 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 Okay. Imagine, you visited a public school in Lanao, in Tondo, Silver Line, di ba? They were served breakfast and lunch with a complete meal. This complete meal consists of bread, soup, vegetables. But the twist is, this bread and food, a nutrient-dense food, contains insects. What do you feel? Are you going to eat them? No, but we'll soon. That's why we have a foresight analysis on insect-based alternative proteins, because we want to change the narrative about edible insects as an alternative protein, especially its implication for food security in the Philippines. Okay? So, let's define first food security. What is food security? According to Food and Agriculture Organization, it's a state where all people at all times have physical, social, and economic access to sufficient, safe, and nutritious food. It has 4 pillars: availability, accessibility, which includes prices, utilization, how safe is the product, or how safe is the food? How are you going to prepare the food? Stability, are they available? Is food available all year round? And then we added sustainability according to HPLE, or HPLE, which needs to look into the economic, social, and environmental aspect of food preparation, production, marketing, etc. So, sustainability. But what's the status of food security in the Philippines? According to the OST FNRI, 31.4% of Filipino households experience moderate to severe food insecurity. Also, 23.6% of preschool-age children experience child stunting. On top of that, there's a decline on AFF or agriculture, fisheries, and forestry sector year on year. Also, there's a 4.5% inflation rate, adding to the food insecurity of the Filipino people. But why is that? Despite having zero hunger, SDG 2, stating we need to end hunger, achieve food security, and improve nutrition, and promote sustainable agriculture, and Ambition natin 2040 and Regional Development Plan explicitly stating we need to stabilize the food supply and diversify food sources, including exploring alternative protein. We need to diversify. Well, what's alternative protein? Alternative protein, according to Motoki et al., it's a sustainable sources not originating from conventional animal products like meat. It is estimated to grow at $290 billion by 2035. That's huge market is. So, but the future is VUCA, or volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous. How can we know what's in store for us? This is where foresight analysis comes in. It's essential for empowering stakeholders to anticipate challenges, identify opportunities, and develop proactive strategies for complex and uncertain futures. So our research focus study aims to inform policymakers and enhance stakeholders' collaboration and inspire innovation in reshaping the nation's food securities, specifically alternative proteins and edible insects. So we are looking at the framework of UN Sustainable Food System UN Sustainable Food Systems using UNDP RBAP methodology and Foresight for Food methodology. Why did we use both? Why not just one? Because both have their own advantages and disadvantages. First, UNDP Foresight for Food provides a step-by-step but macro level, bird's eye view level of foresight analysis. Unlike UNDP RBAP foresight methodology, they provided a step-by-step detailed process on how to conduct foresight. But the weakness of UNDP RBAP is that it's not focused on systems thinking. Unlike Foresight for Food, we combined the systems thinking approach of Foresight for Food and UNDP. So we conducted 7 stages, identifying the objectives and timelines, mapping the system and their interrelationship. That's the critical aspect. And then assess trends and certainties. We use STIP analysis. We group these STIP identified into thematic clustering and then rank them based on impact and uncertainty levels. And then we constructed the scenarios integrated, preferred future, business as usual, and disowned future. After that, we assessed the implication using SWOT analysis and explored system changes using leverage points, theory of change, and generated pathways of change using backcasting. So we created the roadmap for the edible insect and even alternative proteins. We use data collection through interviews, surveys, and stakeholder workshops. So what's the result of our study? Well, our horizon is 2025 up to 2045. Again, we want to conduct a foresight analysis exploring the implications of insect-based alternative proteins for the future of food security in the Philippines. This is what we created. This is based on UN's Sustainable Food System. UN Sustainable Food System already provided us who are the actors. We just plug in who are the actors for the local or the Philippine context edible insect stakeholders. So these are the actors, including very critical natural elements. So we need to look what will be the effect on air, on water, on inputs on soil and the ecosystem. So we need to identify what will be the effect of our programs, our plans to the environment and the society. very important too. The UN Sustainable Food System explicitly requires behavioral analysis. What's underlying? What's the factors that can contribute to the adoption of edible insects? So behavioral actors of edible insect system. So that's the Philippine Edible System Map. And then we conducted, according to the methodology, this STEP analysis, which consists of social, technological, environmental, economic, and political factors. So that includes nutritional, health and food safety implications, food security pressures, consumer perception, technologies, and the environmental pressures, economic, which includes threat of substitutes, including poultry, and other alternative proteins like jellyfish or algae. And then supply chain infrastructure, economic accessibility and pricing, and investment in startups. For political, we group the regulatory framework and national strategies and international and non-governmental organizational push. After getting the STEP analysis or the factors affecting the adoption of edible insect, then we conducted uncertainty and impact analysis. We found out that insect farming and processing technologies and R&D, we can combine this as technologies and R&D, and then regulatory framework and national strategy and market potential as the key factors that can affect edible insects. After which, we conducted the impact and uncertainty analysis. We created the scenarios, 4 scenarios: preferred future or the Philippine bag boom, integrated future or alternative some action. So all insect-related, no? This own future, the private sector crawl, and then business as usual, or it should be same. Okay? So let's describe each scenarios. The Philippine bag boom says that the Philippine Novel Food Law of 2030 was enacted. It provided the budget, clear incentives, and grants. Grants for the government. The government push and public-private partnership pushed R&D and supply chain infrastructure development. And then, due to the product development and infrastructure development, we now have a consistent, cost-effective additive in everything from government relief food and school feeding programs to popular consumer products. On marketing side, we now have the national cultural shift from a local indigenous legacy through marketing and cultural initiatives, the Filipino chefs and food technologists jumping into the wagon with innovative insect-based dishes and products. So we are now developing different forms of alternative or edible insects. The transformation of edible insect recipes into popular street foods and the creation of vibrant insect festivals, just like in Thailand, with a local cultural tradition into a major attraction, tourist attraction. Now, we now have a thriving local processing industry. So that's the Philippine bag boom or the preferred future. For the integrated future, all trips and action, we have the law, but there's no implementing rules and regulation. It's just on paper. So policies lack effective implementing rules and funding for R&D remains insufficient. There's a minimal interest in large-scale investment. Edible insect remains a collection, R&D on paper, with underfunded pilot projects and academic papers. The supply chain infrastructure is not keeping up with even the low demand, the niche market, leading to low supply and high production costs that keep insect-based products firmly in a premium niche market inaccessible to broader population. So just a niche market. Programs and initiatives are often implemented in silos. That's the integrated future. For scenario 3, that is own future, the private sector crawl. So there's no government regulation, but the private is pushing the implementation or the adoption of edible insects. Niche market again, demand and private enterprise. There's a lack of clear regulatory framework, no FDA regulation on this scenario. The focus on premium ingredients, too expensive for the average Filipino consumer. So it will not help our food security. So new protein source is neither integrated fully into the domestic supply chain, nor does it reduce the country's resilience on imported food. That's its own future. And then, same, barely progressed in 2 decades, alternative proteins and edible insects. No clear regulation, no national strategy push, no significant investment. The edible insect in the market is coming from small businesses or even wild harvesting. So they are available in exotic restaurants, just like now. Then no concerted effort to shift public perception, insects have faded even further. Because of the new generation, they're not interested in eating edible insects. They're yucky. So eating insects have faded even further. So what is the implication for food security? I'll focus on the scenario 1, or the Philippine Bagong, because this is the preferred future. So availability, what's the impact on availability? Directly, it boosts food availability by creating a new, consistent, and year-round supply of protein. Indirectly, in relation to the poultry, increases availability of traditional proteins by producing affordable, quality animal feed. And then accessibility. Because of the economies of scale, we now have reduced the prices, affordable for the general public. No? It creates jobs and incomes, increasing the purchasing power of households to buy food. Because we create this farm, we create the plants in rural areas. So we create livelihood in the rural areas. It focusing on inclusive growth, ensuring economic benefits are spread, again, to rural communities. 4, utilization. So because of the regulatory framework, we now have a safe, hygienic, with a clear regulatory framework, and inclusion of fortified insect powder or meal in government feeding programs directly combating malnutrition. So because of the high protein component of edible insect, it can be used for programs, feeding programs of the government, and different forms are developed due to R&D and the involvement of chefs. So it makes more palatable for the general public. For stability, because this is grown in a controlled environment, we now have supply year-round. We have prevented the price fluctuations. And for sustainability, we can use circular economy model, reducing food waste and landfill usage. The insect farm is low land, water, and emission footprint, conserves natural resources. The waste of these insects can be used for as feeds. And then exploring pathways of change. What is our leverage point or the tipping point in terms of systems thinking? It's more on the regulatory framework, R&D, and the public-private partnership, or establishing the consortium. So this is just the same. Prioritize, governance, deliver proof of concept, and then building strategic alliance. And then the details. So I'll just skip these slides, but we'll go to the roadmap or backcasting. No? So 2025, this is the current state of edible insect in the Philippines. By 2025 to 2027, you should have developed or established the National Technical Working Group and create an industry council on alternative proteins or edible insects. We need to begin the drafting the novel food national roadmap and regulatory framework. Get initial buy-in from Congress and the Senate to fund the law. Complete a national biodiversity assessment. Why? We need to choose which edible insect we need to propagate, which locality we need to set up the plants or the farm. Launch conferences and advocacy campaigns and start partnering with mainstream social media and related. Start only because this is long term. We want, by 2045, we want acceptable edible insects. So we need to start early. And then by 2030 to 2035, the Philippine Novel Food Act is passed. There's a national R&D facility for alternative proteins, and then the first wave of commercially viable products, powdered locust, powdered grasshopper, paste, etc. And then by 2035 mainstreaming and scaling, we now have a large commercial successful processing hubs and robust supply chain. There's mass production lowering the cost, and then widespread consumer acceptance is achieved with insect-fortified products available in supermarkets nationwide and incorporated in a food, nutrition, and resilience program. There's now a public perception shift from novelty to a normal part of the Philippine agri-food sector, which started 2025 to 2027. And then by 2040 and 2045, we now have the vision of the Philippines has state-of-the-art insect protein industry that has achieved all the key features of the prepared future. So that's the roadmap, but there's a limitation in the study that we need to discuss. So there's limitation. The analysis is subject to limitation and reliance on initial data interpretation of panel experts. The analysis is subjected to findings, requires periodic review due to the constantly evolving socio-political and technological landscape. So we need to update our strategies on a regular basis. Also, we need to study other alternative proteins, which is more viable for the Philippine context. So we are not just focusing on edible insects, but other alternative proteins. We need to look at them also, which is most viable. And then, although not required, because our surveys used only one cycle of impact and uncertainty analysis, it's better to use Delphi method in the next or succeeding analysis. Okay, that's all. And thank you very much.
Maraming salamat, Mr. Invierno, for allowing us to explore opportunities to use insect-based proteins to transform the future of food security in the country. So sana lang hindi kasama ang cockroaches sa mga edible insects. Okay, our final presentation for this session is a research produced by 3 research fellows. Dr. Maria Lourdes G. Rebolida, Dr. Eduardo T. Gonzalez, and Dr. Halton G. Tagibao. Today, presenting in behalf of her co-authors is Dr. Maria Lourdes G. Rebolida, a very distinguished scholar who has made an impact in both academic and policy practice in the Philippines. She earned her Doctor of Public Administration degree from UP and SIPAG, and previously served as a full professor and chair of the UP Department of Political Science, as well as associate dean at the College of Social Sciences. Her distinguished career includes visiting fellowship at the East-West Center in Hawaii, the University of Michigan Center for Political Studies, and the American Political Science Association in Washington. She has received numerous recognitions, including the UP Faculty Grant Centennial Awards, the Metro Manila Commission Professorial Chair, and the UP International Publication Award. As an extensively engaged consultant to government agencies, NGOs, and international organizations, including the World Health Organization, she brings invaluable perspective on the intersection of research, policy, and governance. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Maria Lourdes G. Rebolida, who will present her ongoing research on the futures of sustainable consumption and production. Doc Malu.
Thank you very much, Dr. Nick. Maraming salamat po. So here we present to you our paper entitled The the futures of sustainable consumption and production in the Philippines by 2045, ensuring information and awareness. So natutuwa po ako kasi yung first speaker for this session ay tungkol sa ube na masarap kainin. Pangalawa po ay about poultry, manok, and I'm sure you're interested in that because you eat it most of the time. Pangatlo, sobra pong exciting kasi tungkol sa edible insects. So naisip ko ngayon, where do I come in this scenario? Because when we're talking about consumption and production, information and awareness, we're talking about behaviors. Human po ito, human behavior. So I hope this is relatable to you if I ask you the question, are you aware of the things that you use every day? Especially the essentials. Your shampoo, your soap, cooking items. Do we ask ourselves, where do these go after our first use? And if we're going to buy another time, maybe the supermarket will say no stocks yet. So that means we have to wait for the next round of manufacturing. So where will they get the resources to produce the next round of stocks for all that we use daily? So as Dr. Choi and Dr. Luke were speaking this morning, if we do not work on our human behavior to consume and produce, most likely it will be a collapsible world and our resources will be exceedingly extracted. So in this sense, we talk about how can we really motivate ourselves to assume behaviors for our consumption and our producers so that we will have a sustainable future. So as a background, as we're talking about VUCA, tuna, so here we see the complexity and the uncertainties. First of all, the SDGs are already much delayed in terms of targets, and we're ending by 2030, and our ambition is ending 2040. But on the global scale, and it reflects also our national scale, our funding to support sustainable development goals is not sufficient. And as what's happening in the Philippines, our funds don't even go to this, but to other things in the bureaucracy. Then we take note that when we report to the United Nations, our voluntary national reviews in 2019, 2022, and recently 2025, we highlight uneven SDG implementation. And SDG 12 is not completely reported. And here we see that there is a slack in sustainable consumption and production, which affects the other SDGs because we have no awareness and information on our part as citizens. So 12.8 really talks about you and I, action, as well as other stakeholders, mainly our economic sector, our business, our producers, our enterprises. So basically the problem is this weak awareness undermines efforts to scale what we now bring up as the idea of circular economy initiatives, environmental literacy, and public engagement in sustainable consumption and production-related programs. So again, I'd like to ask you the question, how familiar are we on the idea of circular economy? And do we see media and do we see in our sustainable consumption and production? So this research that our team embarked on, we would like to map emerging drivers, weak signals, and structural forces that shape sustainable consumption and production, particularly information and awareness on circular economy. So SDG 12.8 is a passkey. No, it's a key channel to achieve not only SDG 12, but nearly all the other SDGs. So earlier, I think our second speaker mentioned that even poultry industry affects sustainable consumption and production, or SDG 12. So we would like, our team would like to focus on the governance and the policy and the institutional and behavioral strategies and integrate the board, but are we doing it? Our economic, technological, scenario building, but in our case, we use the TORS for futures, which is continuation, collapse, technocratic, and transformative scenarios. For visioning, we would like to co-create the futures of circular economy with the stakeholders, which will still be a second phase for our particular study, which will include also backcasting and a next phase of consultation. So for now, what we were able to do is identify using our documents, our reports, our policy review analysis, and our review of related literature to look at related data sets. And they're not very layered and granular. We have a lack of indicators for SDG 12, especially on 12 so far, formulated to be able to identify whether we are achieving and whether we are on right track for awareness. So malamang ang sagot natin, ano ba yan? So it's not really that pervasive yet. And we do not align the idea of circular economy with many other public campaigns. So may public campaign tayo sa 5S, sa mga opisina, 7S, may campaign tayo siguro sa mga lokal na pamahalaan natin, implementing Ecological Solid Waste Management, Republic Act 9003. Pero ang tanong, kayo po ba ay nagsosort and segregate? Nagko-compost ba kayo? Yes or no? Yes. Sa lahat ng mga bahay, sa opisina. And in the offices, you will sort and segregate, but then at the far end, they will put it all back together in the garbage truck. And there's also underinvestment in waste systems. So I think one of our speakers mentioned that waste management is really very important to sustainable development. So solid waste, chemical waste, toxic, and hazardous waste will get back to us in due time. And we have low industry engagement. Our producers are not yet oriented towards circular economy. So what is circular economy? I just have a few points here. This is a really very robust field of theorization and practice. Pero simple lang po yan eh. We shift from take from nature, make the product, use it, and throw away or dispose. But circular economy, we have to engage our producers for products that are durable, hindi po throw away, disposable. Ngayon po, di ba, halos lahat throw away. Even clothes and fashion, throw away. Hindi na nare-reuse. So we have to repair, recycle, and to do materials looping. So the third point, circular economy requires strong public awareness, accessible information, and behavioral nudges. I'd like to simplify this by saying and asking you the question, do you think we have a materials recovery culture? Meron po ba tayong kultura sa Pilipinas compared to the culture, let's say, of Japan and other countries that they are conscious of circulating resources? So malamang ang sagot natin dyan ay hindi cultural sa atin, except of course, if you remember, yung mga bata pa dito, yung bote garapa, yan, yung mga junk shop that we are able to sell. So, do you still see junk shops in the area, or do you know where we can recycle? So, some supermarkets now have a day where you can bring all your products for recycling. So circular economy enables economic resilience, reduces waste, and supports climate mitigation. So when we have circular economy, we extract less from the environment, we throw less wastes, and therefore we have a better natural ecosystem. So where all the spare parts will be retrieved by the manufacturer and it will be recycled. So it's their responsibility. So bago lang po yung batas na yan na we have the expanded producer's responsibility. Then very recently, and a few universities that are putting up curriculum or courses on circular economy. So for many of you here who are academics and in universities, do you have efforts to put up courses or seminars for circular economy? Is it in the curriculum from elementary to college and even to the graduate courses? I think the doctor here is taking a PhD on sustainability, so that for our forests, for our marine, and most especially for our solid waste. So we have a problem with our dump sites. So the legal part, are we enforcing? And of course, the climate change, I will not elaborate. I did not put any more photos or pictographs for this, but we have climate change as a byproduct of our throwaway consumption. So just very briefly, we look into the doors for futures. The continuation scenario, which is business as usual, where local government units cannot enforce the sorting segregation, industries are not yet compelled, and our natural capital continues to be area which is really collapsed. Then we have area which is really collapsed. Then we have all of these institutional deficiencies. And as what Dr. mentioned this morning, everything will collapse in the next decades or so because of lack of proper intervention. So we are thinking of sharing, co-creating in the next processes as to the feasibility of technocratic control, which means that we have a strong government for enforcement, strict regulations. We use AI-driven monitoring techniques. Our industries are in circular economy, and we have risks of overregulation and whatever public pushbacks we can experience. We have strong governance capacities and interagency coordination. And we have increased information, education, training, business, and community practices. So SDG 0.8 works on all of these, particularly for increasing our awareness, giving information that must be manifested in terms of practices. So this is where it is missing. There are no practices so far that are standard, uniform, and there are no metrics by which to do assessment. Then in the last, which is transformative, this is really the ideal and very utopic. We see our Philippines regenerated, sustainable, and we are all responsible for our consumption. We have circular economy as mainstream. We have natural capital accounting, and these are all data sets. We have MRFs all over the Philippines where we can exchange our goods. We have digital platforms, and we are equity focused, meaning across the wealthy and the poor, we need to be inclusive of all our interventions. So if we make this our preferred future, then it will be really super ideal. So perhaps we go for the step towards the best, and we deal with a more feasible future of technocratic control and citizenship awareness and practices. So with that, we would like to also propose in the pathways that awareness and information must be accompanied by infrastructure. You must have a circular economy system you must have infrastructure of MRFs, and we also need to have businesses that operate on circular economy. So we want to integrate that, and I hope Dr. Choi will be happy that we would like to emphasize natural capital accounting. Are we already aware? Are we aware of natural capital account of the law? So bago lang po yan that we need to understand. And we would like also to integrate this with business and investment on materials recovery so that it is easy to exchange used goods be future. So certainly we want to expand, we want to do all these interventions which we will work on with our key informants and other focus group discussion participants and put that in terms of milestones in 40 years. No? So from 2025, 2026 next year to 2024. 2020 and literacy program for materials recovery and circular economy. Materials recovery as well. So we want to do this at the policy level as well as on the program level and across sectors, government, private sector, business, and civil society, and individuals. So we want to institutionalize national capital accounting, strengthen local government unit capacities, enable multi-sectoral governance, including communities and social enterprises, civil society organizations, and leverage AI and other digital platforms. So in conclusion, we would like to build an anticipatory, sustainable consumption production system based on SDG 12.8, information and awareness. So we want to say that information and awareness goes into practice, and practices are at the level of policies and programs, and these must be monitored and assessed in terms of our achievement. So can we do that from 2026 to 2045? So it will depend upon our legislators, our DEV, our PSA, all the agencies, our universities, our producers, even the commercial food establishments, and each one of us knowing what it means not to throw away, but to repair, reuse, recycle, so that we will conserve our natural resources, decouple it from production. So very simply, produce new things from old products. So yan lang po. Maraming salamat and good afternoon.
Thank you very much, Doc Malu, for letting us see the future scenarios of sustainable consumption and production in the Philippines in order to focus on circular economy, information, and awareness. We now transition to our open forum and interactive discussion. And what we have just seen, we have just explored 4 important lenses on the future of Philippine food systems, from ube to poultry industry pathways, to insect-based, and to sustainable consumption and production through circular economy, information, and awareness. At this point, we now open the floor for open forum and interactive discussion, and we invite both on-site participants and our virtual attendees to join us in this conversation. May we request our presenters to join us at the stage? Just a few guidelines as we begin with our open forum. For those who want to participate in this conversation, kindly raise your hand to be recognized or simply stand up. Approach the microphone. Please state your name and your affiliation. And this is very important. Keep your question concise, 30 to 45 seconds, so we can accommodate as many participants as possible. For our online audience, please type your questions in the chat so that the team or the event team could send them to us for us to be able to read them. You may address your question to a specific presenter or to the whole panel. I saw a hand raised. Yes, Doc Lloyd Bautista.
Okay. Thank you to the presenter, Dr. Rebilda, and the rest. I was really fascinated with the presentation. My question is just going to be short. I saw that many of your presentations are good ideas, good innovations, but I guess most of our graduates and alumni would want to know, what do you think are challenges in terms of implementation? That's always the chasm that affects the Philippines. As a society, we have these very nice ideas. And I personally want to know, how do we really put this on the ground? How do we operationalize this and make this happen? And perhaps we need to also look at the curriculum of our master's program. Maybe we should focus more on the implementation side because we're very good with these ideas. Thank you so much, ma'am and sirs.
Thank you very much, Dr. Lloyd Bautista. Anyone from our presenters?
Well, for a start, from a perspective of from a private institution, it's more on how do we get the buy-in of the market and breaking the bureaucracy in the government. For me, if we can get the buy-in of the market, then the government will follow. That's the usual scenario now. But the challenge is how can the government start the initiatives, especially on, for me, the novel food and innovative food systems. So getting the buy-in of the market for me is important.
Okay, so actually we're already living the experience of what you mentioned, implementing it. We have a lot of challenges. We've been in talks with the academe, the government institutions, farmer groups, etc. And the thing is, what we realize is they do have different goals. And these goals might not be aligned to what the market needs. I mentioned already that there is a strong market, there's a rising market for this one. And if we continue again doing what we're doing, then we might miss this global demand. So I guess it's really more on aligning the different targets that each of the government unit has to be able to keep up with the demand of the market. Because there are research currently done being ube, for example. But then this research is not aligned to what the market needs. We don't see any research on improving like ube powder and products that are required by the European customers and even, supporting the farmers. So I guess misalignment in targets with these institutions. And of course, funding support from for these institutions.
Market pool, no? Market.
Yes, there is a market, but then the targets from each of the government units is not aligned. So it's silo still. So that's also a problem.
Thank you very much. Yes, Doc Malu?
Yeah. My answer, Doc Lloyd, is sobrang hirap. Sobrang mahirap. Very difficult, really, to move from the policy planning, the legislation, to actual implementation. And that's really the clog in the entire process. And in the implementation, it's like in Filipino culture, ano yun, yung susulpot, yung luningas kugon. It will come out and then it will die. And this thing has been going on, I think, for 10, 15 years, or even 20 in Europe, abroad. But in the Philippines, it's just catching up. So ano yung strategy, Dr. Lloyd? The plan is for schools. No? That is the first target for formal education. So it should be embedded in the curriculum, not necessarily as a specific subject, kasi magdadagdag na naman ng subject. We have too many subjects and courses already. but to embed it in some courses, like maybe in the university, we can talk to some faculty or decision makers to include the topic in our course on STS, which is the Science, Technology, and Society. So that would be the most, bottom level entry point. And if in other universities there are equivalent courses, maybe the topic in the syllabus can be injected. And then in upper universities, tertiary, state universities, and colleges, there are already champions, and we need to support them. So who are the champions? Which universities are championing it for them to continue with? But then it's isolated. Maybe for the first year, it will really be isolated. Those with a passion for it will go for it. And then the idea will spread, and the other will say, oh, yeah, really, we can do it. So we need our DAP and our research institutions, we can do the case studies. And maybe do videos that we can share to our students. Then we have graduate students who are in LGUs. They are in government positions. They can make plans and policies. And then we have our non-government and business. They're from government before, I suppose, and then now you're in private.
No, actually, I'm from private, corporate, then...
Yan, yung mga corporate champions natin. And for us, probably when we do our backcasting and our milestone preparation, the first year will really be something like that. It's really isolated champions of different stakeholders. Then we can also make cases to promote businesses that are already flourishing. Mahal nga lang yung product, that's what they're saying. The products for the recyclables are even costlier than the ones, so that is another concern. And then we would like to work on especially the DAP is very strategic in connecting with agencies. The primary principal innovators should be our DepDev, our PSA, and the ILG, the NR, and our private sector partners, mga private. So championship yan for the first year, and then showcase good practices. Hopefully in the next 5 years, merong konting institutionalization, and then baka naman utopia na yun after by 2040, we can see all of us having a culture of circular economy. Our forests are green again. We are not mining too much for our things, and so on and so forth. But as I always say, there's hope for the flowers. There's a book when I was in college, a small pamphlet, yung mga kaedad ko, Ma'am Olive, nabutan niyo ba yun? There's a little pamphlet that's called Hope for the Flowers. So I always say, there's hope for government, there's hope for bureaucracy, and there's hope for the Philippines.
Thank you, Doc Malu. Anything to add?
Answer short,
Doc
and this
Cynthia,
will be
yes.
based on my personal experience, sir. Really, intergovernment collaboration, interagency collaboration is critical. I would just like to say, because I mentioned, we have, in fact, overproduction of table eggs. Unfortunately, we cannot export. Why? The motivation in creating the National Poultry Layer Salmonella Prevention and Control Program is the fact that we couldn't export our eggs to Singapore because Singapore is very strict. You know that the table eggs, it can contain salmonella, and this salmonella can be transferred from the hen to the table egg. And that is one of the most important foodborne pathogen. Unfortunately, in our country, we don't have a good traceability system for our eggs. Unlike in the United Kingdom, each egg has a lion mark, which is a sign that they have good traceability system, it's salmonella-free, and all those things. So we formed that group to be able to someday, maybe 10, 20, 30 years from now, we don't know, we could export egg. And also because of that, we were motivated to somehow create our very own salmonella vaccine, because the vaccines that are being used in the layer farms, these are commercially available foreign produced vaccines which are not based on our local salmonella isolates. But while we were crafting it, while we are doing all these TWG meetings, we noticed that there's so much work to be done. Even conducting the first step, which is surveillance of layer farms, so difficult because not a lot of farmers appreciate the value of doing the surveillance system in the first place. So really it's about cooperation, collaboration, and I'm sure in the current curriculum you are also being taught how to do communication, how to get people on board to appreciate and understand whatever advocacy we are promoting.
Okay, thank you very much for those clarification coming from our presenters. There's one more question from the room. Yes, ma'am? 20 to 45 seconds for the question, and probably shorter from our presenters.
Hello, congratulations to all the speakers. I'd like to follow up the previous question. I think you need to focus on the challenges. Our keynote speaker talked about known knowns, unknown knowns, known unknowns, and unknowns unknowns. So in futures thinking, I think they have to be considered. Like for example, the bacteria that can be unknowns for your poultry. So let us consider, for example, unknowns.
Thank you very much,
Yeah,
ma'am.
thank you.
I think that's a reminder for all of us. There's no need to answer that. I think that's a good suggestion for all of us. And I received one question or concern from our chat. And this is addressed to the purple yam. It says here, apologies for the ignorance, but have we established the reason for growing demand for the purple yam? We can use the information to formulate a whole of economy approach to support the industry, such as in marketing, R&D, tax incentives, ease and doing business, and the like.
Again, what's the question?
The question is, have we established the reason for the growing demand for purple yam?
Okay, so as I've mentioned, we received interest from 9 corporate customers, particularly from EU and also Canada. And the reason why they're, having interest in ube, coming from matcha, of course, for beverages, they're using it for beverages, and another superfood, because EU is really into healthy food options. So I guess it's not apparent here in the Philippines, but outside there's a lot of demand. Beyond the 9, we're even receiving other emails from countries like Lebanon or Egypt. So I don't know, there's really a market for this that we can't give up.
I think the deeper concern here is that we can consider this information to inform a whole economy approach. Like for
Yes.
example, in R&D,
Yes, that's
ease
why.
in doing business,
Agree. That's
marketing.
That's why we're in collaboration with the academe and the government. But for example, for the government, the whole, they're focused on production. So in our end, in our own little way, we do the market development. And so we're engaging with these customers, and hopefully they don't lose interest. So that whatever the farmers are producing, there's really a market for it. So that's why we also need collaborative support from all other agencies as well.
Thank you very much, Ms. Anyora. Any more from the room?